2 minutes. So once you get your coffee, please proceed back to your seats. We'll be strictly following the time. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're about to start with our next panel. We would like to respectfully request all of our guests to please settle down and proceed back to their seats. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our next panel will be a special roundtable with the ambassadors. Peace and stability in the South China Sea, the stakes of the international community. And at this point, we would like to request everyone's attention to the screens in front of you for our keynote remarks to be given by the Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the United States of America, His Excellency Jose Manuel G. Romualdez via video.
Invitation and for accommodating my remote participation from Washington, D.C. Congratulations to Strat-based ADR Institute for convening such a timely and substantive event. I am pleased to open this special roundtable for fellow ambassadors, which will contemplate the stakes involved when we discuss the current situation in the South China Sea. It is fitting that we fellow diplomats for this panel, as it is our job to advocate for a respective country's interest, or for our respective interests. As it happens, all our interests should converge and align when it comes to maintaining the South China Sea as a sea of peace and stability. By now, we have all memorized the arguments for keeping the peace in the South China Sea, its vital role in the international trade, as well as the biodiversity and wealth of resources these waters hold. There are things all of us value, and as responsible members of the international community, we must make sure the rule of law is upheld so that we all get our fair due from this vital waterway. Thus, when I claim to the South China Sea is not only without legal basis, but so expansive as to be prejudicial to others, we must speak up collectively, and more so if the claim is backed by illegal, aggressive, coercive, and aggressive actions. The rules-based international order itself is at stake if we remain silent and do nothing. The Philippines is on the front line of efforts to defend this rules-based international order. Our position is firmly anchored on the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, and the binding 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea. Our approaches in this defense are several and in parallel. First, through preventive diplomacy and dialogue. We remain proactive with our engagements with China and continue to keep channels open, sustain dialogue at various levels, and seek an atmosphere conducive to sincere and meaningful discussion. It is in this spirit that the understanding between the Philippines and China on the principles and approaches for the conduct of rotation and resupply, or RORE missions in the Ayungin Shoal, was reached. The understanding was concluded in good faith, with the explicit agreement that it would not prejudice national positions. Second, through regional engagement of the ASEAN, we maintain regional engagement with the ASEAN and remain engaged with them, strengthening the partnerships with the other claimant states in the context of the Code of Conduct, or the COC negotiations, and through bilateral engagements. We are committed to the process of concluding a substantive and effective COC. More generally, we continue to advocate for ASEAN centrality in the evolving regional architecture and call for arrangements such as the UNCOS or the OCOS to complement the centrality. Third, through alliances and partnerships with like-minded partners, we recognize the importance of upholding multilateralism by reinforcing partnerships across the globe, by strengthening ties with like-minded nations and regional organizations. We amplify our call for adherence to the international law and to the international rules-based order and countering unilateral actions that undermine such legal norms. Fourth, through maritime dialogues and cooperation, we continue to expand our political consultations mechanisms with countries where we have diplomatic relations, with maritime cooperation as well as the situation in the South China Sea as staple agenda items. Fifth, through advancing UNCLOS and the rule of law in global ocean management, we seek to broaden the acknowledgement of the Arbitral Award in the Philippines' position by advancing the rule of law and underscoring the primacy of UNCLOS as the comprehensive legal framework for law and order in the seas and the management of issues and challenges in the oceans. Finally, through the public diplomacy and awareness efforts, we pursue broad diplomacy and awareness efforts, mindful that domestic support is the fuel that propels our actions forward. Domestically, we have recognized the need to strengthen and upgrade our defense capabilities. Our military modernization program is in full swing, aided by partners such as the United States. At the same time, noting the inextricable link between security and prosperity, we are implementing a whole-of-government approach to accelerate our economic growth as a complement for our national security efforts. I would like to end on a brief note about the Philippine-United States alliance. Our countries continue to strengthen and enhance not only our bilateral defense cooperation, but our economic ties as well. Cognizant that an economically secure and prosperous Philippines will be an even better ally and a partner for the United States. Our friendship and partnership will remain a tool for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. With that, I would like to formally open this panel discussion, and I look forward to a productive exchange of views among our many Manila-based counterparts. Thank you.
There you have it. You just heard from the Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the United States of America, His Excellency Jose Manuel G. Romualdez. And now allow me to introduce our panel chair for this panel, the President of the Strat-based ADR Institute, Professor Dindo Manhit. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to our panel on peace and stability in the South China Sea, given the stakes of the international community. Allow me to introduce members of our panel. Of course, we thank our dear Ambassador Romualdez for joining us with a keynote speech. He has been actively involved in advocating South China Sea, West Philippine Sea issue and the importance of a rules-based international order. But for our panel, I'd like to introduce beside me is Ambassador Endo Kazuya. He has emphasized Japan's strong support for upholding the rules-based international order, particularly in the maritime domain. Another one is our ambassador from Australia, Ambassador Hai Kyong Yu, or we know him as Ambassador HK. Thank you for joining us, Ambassador HK. Ambassador HK has been a strong advocate for upholding rules-based international order, particularly in the context of the West Philippine Sea. She continued to emphasize Australia's commitment to the principle of freedom of navigation and overflight and its support for our 2016 Arbitral Award. Our next ambassador is Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson for the United States, who has been vocal in her support for the Philippines in upholding a rules-based international order. And Ambassador David Hartman of Canada, thank you, Ambassador, who has expressed strong support for a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the context of the West Philippine Sea. We continue to thank him for the dark vessel detection system. And also, of course, our ambassador from Germany, Ambassador Andreas Paffertnowski. Thank you, Ambassador, for joining us, who has been an advocate for respecting international law, especially the UNCLOS. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Allow me to start with a question for everyone. Given the maritime and economic security in the South China Sea, it's intricately tied to the security and economic prosperity of the Indo-Pacific, and given the increasingly aggressive behavior of China, how can like-minded states ensure that the rule of law is safeguarded? So any ambassadors would like to share their thoughts? Or should I? Master HK, I think you were ready to. Master HK?
Very happy to go first. Thank you all for being at this really important dialogue, and Australia certainly will be supporting the Philippines to ensure that the Manila dialogue becomes a forum that's very important for the region to ensure that we achieve a stable, peaceful and prosperous region for all. Coming back to your question, Dindo, I mean, that's really easy for Australia. The rules-based order is important to Australia because as a middle power country, we need a region that is actually governed by well-established norms and rules, where countries can exercise their agency and determine its future, right, in itself. And of course, the South China Sea for Australia is an important international waterway for trade. For Australia, every year, 1.2, actually, every day, what am I talking about? Every day, $1.2 billion worth of seaborne trade moves in and out of Australian seaports. And 44% of our seaborne exports and 27% of our seaborne imports go through the South China Sea. So it goes to show why the West Philippine Sea is so important. And finally, of course, we live here. Australia is in the region. So for us, the West Philippine Sea is in our backyard. So to that extent, what can we do to further advance the rules-based order and the rule of law? Well, for Australia, we have been working closely with all countries, very openly and in a transparent way, to ensure that we set the right conditions or keep the right conditions for peace, right? And to ensure that we can contribute to the collective deterrence of aggressive behavior and coercion. And I think that's what's really important. And in practice for Australia, what that means is you speak up and you call out when there's been encroachment and against sovereignty and there's violation of international law. And this is why Australia has repeatedly, publicly expressed our concerns about China's aggressive and dangerous conduct, repeated conduct in the West Philippine Sea, including against Philippine vessels and at, Second Thomas Shoal, Sabina Shoal. I know all of you know all about this. But in addition, when it comes to deterrence, there are many ways we can work together to achieve that. And this is why, in Australia's case, we have certainly worked with the Philippines to first get the Philippines' understanding of international law, including UNCLOS, further deepened so that the application of that law is clear. And this is why we have been running international law courses, UNCLOS courses, where we have already trained more than 600 staff across 28 agencies in the Philippines. We are also working closely together with the Philippines to ensure our defense cooperation is really stepped up. And you will notice that the types of exercises we're getting involved in are becoming more complex and deeper, like exercise Pitch Black, like exercise Alon. So these are other ways we are actually doing what we can to further advance the rule of law. And finally, ensuring that we can actually help the Philippines have the capabilities they need through providing equipment, working on vessel sustainment. These are really practical steps in which we can actually help with that. And coupled with that is the economic piece. I said finally, but this is really the final piece. And I think the economic engagement to increase trade and investment between our countries is another very important way that we can actually advance the rule of law.
Thank you, Ambassador HK. Maybe I can connect it to my question. Maybe I can ask also for remarks, maybe some opening remarks for everyone. But I think Ambassador HK did her opening remarks already. I can start with Ambassador Endo.
Good morning, everyone. I would also like to first congratulate the holding of this first ever Manila dialogue on the South China Sea. And I understand that this session is entitled a diplomatic roundtable, but being diplomatic and being honest are not contradictory, I believe. They are compatible, and I look forward to a candid exchange of views. And as everyone has been emphasizing, the issue concerning the South China Sea is directly related to the peace and stability of the region and is a legitimate concern of the international community, including Japan, without any doubt. For example, as HK just mentioned, but in our case, Japan heavily relies on maritime transport particularly for the import of resources and energy. And according to one statistics, 92% of crude oil and 50% of natural gas imported to Japan pass through the South China Sea. It is critical to ensure that this vital sea lane remains to hold freedom of navigation and maritime safety. And with regard to the importance of UNCLOS, the world's oceans are intricately connected, forming a vast shared network that links our countries and economies. And what happens in the maritime order of one ocean inevitably impacts others. This interconnectedness is precisely why the UNCLOS serves as our common ground. And let me just mention introduce our own circumstances in the East China Sea. Since 1970s, China has begun to assert its claim against Japan's sovereignty. In 1992, China enacted a domestic legislation asserting Senkaku Islands as well as Spratly Islands and others as its own territory. And the situation took a further turn in 2008 when we witnessed the first incursion of Chinese Coast Guard vessels into our territorial water. Since 2012, we observed the drastic escalation of China's rhetoric and actions, and the past 12 years have been marked by a steady increase of them, symbolically shown in the large number of Chinese Coast Guard vessels around Senkaku Islands. And we also face lots of other issues, from unilateral development of resources in the East China Sea to installation of buoys in Japan's EEZ. We are also faced with the challenges of expansion of military activities around our region. And let me also share some of the Japanese government's responses to the evolving security challenges around the region. Japan established the National Security Council in 2013 to ensure that diplomacy led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the operations of the Ministry of Defense, Japan Self-Defense Forces, and those of Japan Coast Guard and others are conducted in a coordinated manner. Japan has also enhanced its law enforcement capabilities to address the presence of larger and more heavily armed vessels. Engagement plays a critical role while Japan has issued strong protests on individual incidents. We also attach great importance in maintaining direct exchange of views with China. To maintain and strengthen peace and stability in the region, Japan has also made significant strides in building cooperative relations with many ASEAN members. For many years, Japan has actively engaged in maintaining law enforcement capacity enhancement, not only with the Philippines, but also with Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, among others, across all spectrum that encompasses not only provisions of vessels, equipment, and trainings, but also diplomatic support. In our engagement with the Philippines, Japan has put emphasis on several impactful areas for cooperation and assistance, aside from the provision of 12 patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard through ODA. An additional 5 patrol vessels are to be provided, and the process of installing Japan's first coastal surveillance radar under the Official Security Assistance Scheme, in addition to the defense equipment transfer, is also underway. In July of this year, RIA, Reciprocal Access Agreement, was also signed to enhance our interoperability. Japan is also going to provide a satellite data communication system to strengthen maritime domain awareness capabilities in the South China Sea. The system will enable the transmission of images between vessels in the field and the headquarters of the Philippine Coast Guard, thereby contributing to a more rapid decision-making and response in the event of an incident. Japan, of course, appreciates the government of the Philippines for having consistently complied with the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal Award and for showing its commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes in the South China Sea. And we remain committed to enhancing the law enforcement capabilities of the Philippines, and together we would like to work to uphold an international order based on the rule of law. But in today's complex and dynamic geopolitical landscape, it is imperative to work closely, not just between Japan and the Philippines, but also with broader allies and like-minded partners as we do today. And we look forward to working together to create a secure and prosperous future for the entire Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kazu. Mr. David?
Great, thank you, Professor Manheet. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ordonel, Excellencies, and esteemed colleagues, good morning, bonjour, magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. It is indeed my honor to be here this morning to talk about an issue that matters to us all. And indeed, today's discussion is both important and timely. The maritime domain underpins our shared prosperity, connectivity, and security. And yet, in recent years, we have unfortunately been witnessing, on a global scale, the active erosion of the rules-based maritime order. Increasing militarization of essential waterways, exaggerated maritime boundary claims, and the use of coercive actions to threaten and intimidate other states and or their commercial fleets risks escalating disputes into dangerous conflicts. The growing use of dark or shadow vessels commandeered to be used for illicit activities such as illegal fishing, smuggling, and sanctions evasion allow for the secret movement of prohibited goods and complicate day-to-day maritime safety. These ships are not only a hazard to other vessels, but also to coastal communities who rely upon essential waterways for their access to food, fuel, and goods. Incidents involving official maritime infrastructure are also increasing in frequency and have the potential to negatively affect millions of people around the world. None of these challenges are restricted to a single region. They matter as much in the Northern Pacific as they do in the West Philippine and the South China Seas. Unfortunately, while some states are resorting to the use of force to press their claims, solutions require dialogue and collective action, not force, to maintain freedom of navigation in key regions like the South China Sea. Only by working jointly with our allies and partners for the common interest of maintaining freedom of navigation according to international law can we address these current challenges. Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy acknowledges that the South China Sea is one of the regions, and indeed one of the world's key security hotspots. 20% of global trade and 1/3 of global shipping flows through the South China Sea annually, making it one of the world's most strategically and economically vital waterways. The waters of the South China Sea also provide important fishing stock and resources, which are vital for regional food security and environmental resilience. The subsea oil and gas reserves found under the South China Sea are also a valuable source of energy to help meet the growing energy demands of the region. These aforementioned factors all mean that a crisis in this region would surely have global ramifications. That is why Canada is seriously concerned about China's increasingly coercive and destabilizing actions in the South China Sea. The recent escalation of intimidation tactics against several ASEAN partners in the South China Sea, including the Philippines and Vietnam, continues to raise serious concerns regarding respect for international law and the ability of states to exercise sovereign rights within their exclusive economic zones. These actions not only jeopardize safety, but also infringe upon the rights of all nations to operate peacefully in these waters. The implementation of international law, including UNCLOS, is essential to guide the peaceful resolution of contemporary maritime boundary disputes. It is for this reason that Canada works with partners in the region to support the rule of law, navigation and overflight rights, along with the effective management of maritime resources. Adherence to a common set of rules applicable to all countries, both big and small, is critical for our common security and prosperity and the safe management of our global commons. In this regard, we commend ASEAN's commitment to finalizing a code of conduct for the South China Sea at an early date and reiterate our support for a code of conduct that affirms the rights of all states to the lawful uses of the region's waterways. For Canada's part, we are committed to enhancing our presence in the region under the auspices of our Indo-Pacific strategy, supported by $2.3 billion in new investments to create more opportunities to work side by side with allies and partners to protect international law. Under Operation Horizon, the Canadian Armed Forces are playing a more active role in the region to help promote, with our allies and our partners, greater peace and stability. This includes participation in regional activities, exercises, and operations to demonstrate Canada's commitment to promoting the rule of law and the importance of the rules-based international system. For example, just a few short weeks ago, His Majesty's Canadian ship Vancouver participated in exercise Sama-Sama and then conducted a routine transit through the Taiwan Strait with our U.S. allies. These activities promote peace, resilience, and security throughout the Indo-Pacific. In addition to a near-persistent presence of Royal Canadian Navy vessels in the region, our Dark Vessel Detection Program uses Canadian technology to support oceans management initiatives and expand measures against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Canada's objectives of promoting peace, resilience, and security in the region and addressing climate change and biodiversity loss are all intimately interconnected. The South China Sea hosts more than half of the world's fishing fleets, which are competing for increasingly scarce maritime resources, for which millions of people depend on for their livelihoods and food security throughout the region. The destruction of maritime habitats and the prevalence of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, combined with complex security issues, are resulting in a situation where security, biodiversity loss, and climate challenges are overlapping to aggravate and amplify one another. So in conclusion, these significant geopolitical shifts and growing security challenges demand our collective action and our collective attention. The Indo-Pacific region, a nexus of global trade and strategic interests, is witnessing an unprecedented rise in security threats, ranging from traditional military tensions to non-traditional threats such as malicious cyber activity, transnational crime, and climate-induced disasters. The need for a comprehensive, cohesive, and proactive approach to these challenges has never been more urgent. It is imperative that we strengthen our ties, not only in defense, but also in economic resilience, technological innovation, and combating climate change, all of which will play a pivotal role in our shared security in the years to come. So thank you once again for the opportunity to speak today. I look forward to our further productive discussions. Merci beaucoup. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ambassador David. Ambassador Mary Kay.
Good morning. Many thanks to the Philippine National Security Council, the Philippine Coast Guard, and Pacific Forum for organizing this important event. I'm truly honored to join Dindo and my colleagues here on this panel. The United States, the Philippines, and our like-minded partners share a common vision for a free, open, prosperous, connected, and resilient Indo-Pacific region. Standing up for the rules-based order in the South China Sea is an integral part of advancing this shared vision. This is why the United States has been unequivocal in supporting the historic 2016 Arbitral Tribunal decision, a milestone that affirmed the rights of the Philippines in the South China Sea as set out in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The Philippines and the United States are not alone. Many nations have expressed support for the 2016 ruling, which, as set out in the text of the convention, is final and legally binding on both the Philippines and the People's Republic of China. This is in part because of the implication of the ruling for the international community. By firmly rejecting the PRC's expansive maritime claims and affirming the Philippines' sovereign rights and jurisdiction in the South China Sea, the tribunal showed that international law is more than just a concept, and that it applies to all countries, regardless of their relative economic or military power. The great Philippine diplomat and statesman, Secretary of Foreign Affairs Albert Del Rosario, characterized it best. International law, he said, allows the weak to challenge the powerful on an equal footing, confident in the conviction that principles trump power, that law triumphs over force, and that right prevails over might. The PRC has taken the opposite approach. Might makes right, giving preference to big nations over small ones, as if this concept should be taken as just a fact of life. Despite the indisputable fact, that the decision is final and legally binding on the parties to the dispute, the PRC continually rejects the tribunal's ruling in its rhetoric and actions that clearly violate international law. The world has witnessed the PRC's increasingly dangerous and escalatory actions over the past 18 months, as it unlawfully asserted a claim to territorial sovereignty over vast areas of ocean space, violently interfering with the Philippines' high seas freedom of navigation in the waters, especially near Second Thomas Shoal, known here, of course, as Ayungin. The PRC's target is not only the Philippines, but also the lawful sovereign rights and jurisdiction over natural resources of Vietnam, Indonesia, and other ASEAN coastal states. Use of water cannons, ramming, and other aggressive actions demonstrate a disregard for lives and livelihoods. This further demonstrates that the PRC is unwilling to abide by international law, which rejects the PRC's expansive maritime claims and supports the sovereign rights of the ASEAN South China Sea coastal states. Upholding international law in the South China Sea, in addition to being the right thing to do from a legal standpoint, supports global prosperity. The arbitral award affirmed that in vast maritime areas of the South China Sea, all nations enjoy freedom of navigation and overflight under international law, providing the legal foundation for trade, investment, and economic activity to thrive in the Indo-Pacific region. The South China Sea has some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, through which approximately 1/3 of the global economy runs. Total annual trade flowing through the South China Sea is estimated to be nearly $4 trillion US. It is also home, as my colleagues have already mentioned, to abundant biodiversity and accounts for 12% of the global fish catch, generating $100 billion annually and supporting the livelihoods and critical dietary needs of millions of people. Zooming out, the Indo-Pacific region accounts for 60% of global GDP and 2/3 of global economic growth. Respect for freedom of the seas in the South China Sea is therefore essential for this robust economic activity to continue. I'm honored to sit with fellow representatives of countries who have made clear their support for the Philippines, the continued efficacy of international law, and for a free and open Indo-Pacific. We are far from alone. More and more nations from East Asia to Western Europe have spoken out to support the Philippines, uphold international law, and urge the PRC to cease escalatory and dangerous actions that impede the exercise of freedom of navigation and overflight, from which all nations benefit. We are proud to be among the chorus of nations that have consistently lent their voices to supporting the Philippines and calling out unlawful and escalatory behavior. The collective voice of the international community is loud and getting louder, and it speaks to our common resolve in support of international law and the standards that benefit us all. We saw this common resolve in action just this past September, when over 20 countries gathered on the margins of the UN General Assembly for a ministerial discussion on maritime safety and security in the Asia-Pacific region. This panel carries the subtitle, "The Stakes of the International Community." It is clear, the stakes and the consequences are high, but together, as friends, partners, and allies, with international law on our side, we are determined to protect the security and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mary Kay. Ambassador Andres.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Dear Dindo, dear friends from the diplomatic community, dear co-panelists, dear academia and press present in this room. Let me start by congratulating the organizers for bringing together this important first Manila dialogue on the South China Sea. I think it's a wonderful initiative which must continue. Thanks also to the organizers for inviting me as a representative of a European country speaking in this room and trying to feed in a European perspective on the South China Sea. I see some colleagues from European neighbor countries here in the room. I have no mandate to talk on their behalf, but I'm quite confident that they will share some of the views and analysis I will try to present to you. What is at stake for Germany? What is at stake for Europe in the South China Sea? Countries more than 10,000 kilometers away from from the South China Sea and from the Philippines. Why is peace and stability in the South China Sea of vital interest for us? As it has been mentioned earlier, and as you all know, Germany is one of the biggest trading nations in the world, and the EU is the biggest economic area in the world. Our economy depends heavily on shipping routes, on free and open access, and on secure shipping routes. And most of them, as has been mentioned already, pass through the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. So one could argue our interest on peace and stability in the South China Sea is a purely economical one. But let me clarify, it is not. It is not a purely economical one. It is a very political interest. The Indo-Pacific is a key important region which will determine the future of the international order for the century to come. And that's why it is so important that we are engaged here. Let me refer to Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, violating international rules and using military violence against a peaceful country. I'm convinced that concerns all of us, because it continues to permanently challenge the international world order since 2.5 years now. It has huge repercussions on the international rules-based order and is about to change the geographical and geopolitical landscape on a global scale. Imagine North Korean soldiers in Ukraine, Iranian drones over Kiev, Germany completely withdrawing from the use of Russian gas and oil, a full-fledged hot war in Europe. I think I can pretend to say unthinkable for most of us in this room 3 years ago. And the world and countries also in this area are watching very carefully what is going on in Ukraine, how we all stand together to defend the rules-based international order or not, or whether we will allow that might makes right. The war in Ukraine has changed international politics, particularly from a European perspective. Peace in Europe, taken for granted for almost 6 decades, or at least since the end of the Cold War, is over. And that is why it's not only but also because of Russia's war of aggression against the Ukraine that Germany remains firm in our commitment to the Indo-Pacific and in defending the international rules-based order. We must remain firm in defending the international rules-based order in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific, in the South China Sea, and everywhere else in the world. We must stand together. We trust to have reliable partners in the Indo-Pacific sharing the same interest with us. And this encourages us to further engage in the region, also with other partners, many of them sitting in this panel, many of them sitting in the room, partners from Europe, from all over the world, to build on alliances for peace and security. This is also why my country, Germany, for the first time ever, participated in 2024 in the Balikatan exercise with an observer. And only recently, in mid-September of this year, we had a port call of 2 German Navy ships to Manila, the first visit of German Navy ships to the Philippines in more than 20 years. And there was much more that showed our commitment and our increasing commitment. The visit of my foreign minister in January, the visit of my defense minister in the Philippines in August, by the way, the first ever visit of a German defense minister to the Philippines in history. And of course, as a highlight this year, the visit of President Marcos Jr. to Germany in March this year, the year, by the way, in which we celebrate 70 years of diplomatic relations between our countries. Why do we do all this? The visits, the port calls, the observing the exercise, concluding defense agreements. All those elements are proof for Germany's commitment for international rules-based order and our interest to engage much more closely with our strategic partners in the Indo-Pacific, including in the field of security and defense. This is why Germany and the Philippines are envisaging to conclude a defense cooperation agreement, which will encompass, amongst others, closer cooperation in the field of armament and training. So here in Manila, a lot is at stake for Germany, and again, I suppose also for the European Union and European countries. Since I arrived in Manila more than 1 year ago, we saw a dramatic increase in incidents in the South China Sea, on water, and more recently also on air. These incidents have shown how fragile the situation is and how important it is to find lasting solutions for peace and stability, and how important it is to form a broad-based political alliance to defend the international rules-based order. Because all these incidents are a clear violation of the order. And it is important to put the violators of the order on the bank of accused for not complying with the rules. Let me thank our Filipino friends also for their tireless efforts to build that alliance. But it's not only enough to build political alliances. We also need capacity building. We need to strengthen up the security forces of the Philippines and of all countries in this region, and that's why Germany is supporting the Philippine Coast Guard, is supporting the Philippine Army with training, and is looking into a security agreement which we hope to conclude before the end of this year. Again, for Germany, it is crystal clear, and I have said that several times already, but it's always worth repeating. All legal issues concerning the status of the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines in the South China Sea have been finally resolved in 2016, and my co-panelists have referred to that already. The arbitral award is legally binding. Accepting this arbitral award and respecting UNCLOS by all parties concerned is essential for lasting peace and stability in the region. So, again, there is a lot at stake for Germany and European countries in the South China Sea. Defending the rules-based international order serves economic prosperity and political stability, as the two go hand in hand. And this is true not only in the South China Sea, but on a global scale. Without a free and open Indo-Pacific, no economic welfare and no economic growth in Germany, in Europe, and in the world. That is why we stand steadfast in defending the rules-based international order, here in the South China Sea and also in all other theaters. Without respect for the order, no peace and security in the South China Sea, no peace and stability in Ukraine, no peace and stability in the world. Thank you very much for your attention. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ambassador Andreas. Can I do a follow-up, Ambassador? I just wanted to take off. Ambassador Andreas, I'll do, since you're the last to speak, I'll do that round again. The Philippines and Germany are working towards establishing a defense cooperation agreement. I just wanted to ask if there's an opportunity to share what will it entail to move this forward. Help us build this strong cooperation.
Yes. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, I referred to that already in my short presentation. Indeed, when our defense minister met the Secretary of Defense of the Philippines in August, the two exchanged a draft of a proposal which will entail indeed closer cooperation in almost all areas. It is about training of Philippine military personnel in Germany. It is about facilitating the delivery of armaments to the Philippines. It is about cooperation in cyber defense. It is about cooperation in sea surveillance in the South China Sea. But all this will be a framework agreement. So once concluded, I hope before the end of this year, it is currently under review with the Philippine authorities, then we will look into the details what to do. We have started staff talks on the level of defense ministries this year to concretize what we can do together, and once this agreement is concluded, we will then step by step fill in the different pillars that are part of this agreement. So this is all I can tell you for now.
Yes.
Sorry, Dindo, I will refer to it later when I'm entitled to share more of that. Thank you.
That is good enough, Ambassador. Thank you so much. I'll go to Ambassador Mary Kay. Ambassador Mary Kay, how can existing security partnerships, such as those like the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, be further expanded to protect the West Philippine Sea and enforce maritime laws and ensure a rules-based order?
Thank you. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, enables the United States and the Philippines to really focus on interoperability and also to make advances in the force structure and in modernization of the Philippine military. So in that sense, a stronger alliance, stronger Philippines, makes a difference not only for what is going on in the West Philippine Sea, but for the entire comprehensive archipelagic defense concept that the Philippines is projecting. It is so important, especially for countries like the United States with a large landmass, to focus on the fact that in the Philippines territory there is more water than land.
Yes.
So it's a very challenging environment. But having these Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement sites, there are 9 of them currently. Now remember, those are Philippine bases to which the United States has access. It's the Philippines and the United States both that are investing in these locations to make sure that whether it's on modernizing the airstrip and enhancing it at Basa, or adding a fuel depot down in Mactan or other places, that our fighting forces, if called on to defend the Philippines or defend our interests in this region, that we have access to the capabilities that we would need. So we see EDCA as a very powerful opportunity for the U.S. and the Philippines to work together, but also EDCA is an important aspect so in the South China Sea, but also it extends beyond that to the entirety of the Philippines, including for humanitarian assistance. And we saw EDCA in action recently, where we took our supplies that were pre-positioned at Fort Magsaysay and were able to get those to areas in need. And again, because of the archipelagic nature of the Philippines and because it is in one of the most disaster-prone areas of the world, these EDCA sites are important for humanitarian assistance and relief as well.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador HK, I have this question for you. Australia's proven to be a reliable partner for the Philippines, especially in advocating the rules-based order. What can we, as a nation, Filipino people, look forward to from this strategic partnership in the coming years?
Hello? Yep, here it is. Thank you so much for that question, Dindo, and thank you for the recognition that Australia is a reliable partner. We really pride in that. And, the Philippines is a very important partner to us, and with our elevation to strategic partnership, what we have been doing is further deepening and broadening our cooperation on all fronts. And in particular, when it comes to military and security cooperation, of course, there has been further deepening of that cooperation in the maritime security space. And this is where we are working closely with agencies such as AFP and PCG to not only help them develop capabilities with appropriate equipment and capacity, but also to, as I said before, deepen their knowledge of international law, in particular UNCLOS, and application of that. In fact, I was mentioning about the law of the sea courses. We are doing more and more master's courses where we're actually looking at hypothetical cases and actually discussing in open forum with relevant agencies how the law could be applied to deal with very difficult and often situations that require fine judgment, how the law can actually help them guide through that. So that's, one big area where we're seeing more and more shift. Of course, Australia will continue to work with the Philippines to deal with counter-terrorism, but greater focus on maritime security. Another area where we're actually doing more is actually around environmental protection, especially in maritime space. So when President Marcos went to Australia and addressed our joint parliament, which was the first time ever by the Philippine president in March this year, one of the things that we achieved during his visit was this MOU on civil maritime security cooperation, And its real objective is not only in the security space, to also work in the environmental protection space and protect the marine resources that are so important for all of us. And we also have just recently announced a 5-year development partnership plan, which was literally co-authored with the Philippines, to ensure that we're really focusing on the areas of priority for the Philippines and in the marine sector as well. So these are some of the examples of how we are really stepping up through strategic partnership, and there is going to be so much more to come in that space.
Thank you, Ambassador HK. Ambassador David, we know of the dark vessel detection system. You spoke about it in your speech, but I'd like to focus as we celebrate 75 years of diplomatic relations. How can our two countries, Philippines and Canada, expand cooperation, particularly in the area of defense and security?
Great. Thank you very much for the question. So I think, like many of our partners sitting on this panel today, Canada and the Philippines are very, very close to concluding a standing visiting forces agreement. I think once we have that in place, which we hope to have in the coming months, like many of our partners, we will deepen our collaboration to a greater degree. We are already enhanced over the last year. We signed a cooperative memorandum of understanding with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Department of National Defense. This year, once we have our visiting forces agreement, and we'll be able to participate that much more robustly. We're doing a lot of exchanges across the board. When we have a lot of those mechanisms, we're tempering and cueing our engagement here on the absorptive capacity of our Philippine counterparts. And so because this is, as you rightly suggested, the 75th anniversary of the establishment of Canada-Philippine diplomatic relations, we are very, very welcoming of developing that increasing strategic engagement. You know, as you mentioned, we have provided some enhanced maritime domain awareness capabilities to the Philippine Coast Guard, to a range of stakeholders within the government of the Philippines. I think, again, taking it to the next step will deepen that even further. Canada is blessed to have a lot of technological prowess in areas of you know, space-based surveillance, ISR, and others. So what we're very, very keen to do, however, is to work with every single one of our like-minded partners to calibrate our engagement with the government of the Philippines to make sure that we are not, frankly, duplicating efforts, but indeed that we're effectively sort of swimming all in the same direction and building capacity where capacity needs to be built first, to be more rigorous, more comprehensive, and again, really meet those immediate needs of our Philippine partners in a manner that they require and in a manner, frankly, that they can digest to protect and defend Philippine sovereignty.
Thank you, Ambassador David. For Ambassador Endo, we know Japan has consistently positioned and shared how important the West Philippine Sea is. I wanted to get your view on why is maritime cooperation between Japan and the Philippines important?
Thank you very much, Dindo. I think I might have touched upon that matter briefly in the previous remark, but as I mentioned, Japan is a country that is heavily dependent on the maritime transportation, and of course, economically, it's very important to maintain the freedom of navigation and the freedom of overflight in this very important area of South China Sea. But at the same time, as was mentioned by Andreas, I think it's not only the economic matter, but also various political security-related matters that makes this issue of South China Sea very important to Japan. And the issue concerning the South China Sea is directly linked to the peace and stability of this region. And that's why it is a legitimate concern of the international community. And Japan, as a country which is very closely located to the Philippines, we are working together in many areas. And it's not only in the maritime security cooperations, but also in many fields that Japan has been conducting so many cooperative activities and projects, including some of the transportation on the land, like subways or north-south commuter railways. But in addition to that, of course, we have been doing a lot of cooperations in the maritime sphere, particularly in the capacity enhancement development of the Philippines, because the law enforcement capability is really the foundation for maintaining the rule of law on the maritime sphere, and that is the background that the Japan Coast Guard has been working very, very closely with the Philippine Coast Guard for so many years. And as many of you, the colleagues around the table know, the Teresa Magmana that has been hit was also supported by the Japanese ODA. And as I mentioned, we have supported so far 10 44 meters class patrol vessels to the Philippines and 2 97-meter class patrol vessels. And we are also preparing for the additional 5 97-meter class vessels to the Philippines, and those are very important agenda for us to further deepen the collaborations between our two nations. And it's not only the vessels that matters, but also am I talking in the right? But the communication system also matters, and I hope that we can further deepen and expand our collaboration with the Philippine side.
Are there attempts to influence this panel by affecting our communications, our microphones? Before I open the floor for questions, allow me to ask my final question. As Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, and the United States have been strong supporters of the Philippines Arbitral Award, and we are thankful as a nation for that. Several engagements in the defense and security space have also been conducted, including joint military exercises, such as the Balikatan exercises, joint patrols, like the multilateral maritime exercises. At this point, the support of these five countries is undeniable. But as China continues to be aggressive, coercive, how far, I would like to ask, try to be a little provocative, how far are your countries willing to go to support the Philippines and defend the rule of law in the West Philippine Sea and the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific region? Open to anyone who would like to start. Maybe Ambassador HK, since you were there. You're in the middle.
Going first. I'm not sure about this. There's a disadvantage, I think, in this one. It's not first mover advantage at all. Very happy to. As I said in my remarks, the reason Australia is so passionate about this issue isn't just because we like the Philippines and isn't because, we have a good relationship with the Philippines. It's absolutely fundamental to our future prosperity and security as well. And so given that, Australia's priority is to avoid conflict, is to prevent conflict before it begins. And what that means is that we will engage with the Philippines and our like-minded countries to do everything we can to deter the behaviors that could potentially lead to conflict, to avoid miscalculation and missteps that could potentially lead to conflict. Because let's face it, any form of conflict, especially major power conflict, will be catastrophic for our region. So I think that really answers it. That is Australian government's priority. Let's prevent conflict at all costs.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador David?
Yes, I mean, I think like all of our partners sitting at the table today, we are fully vested in the defense of the rules-based international order. We are fully vested in the defense and the upholding of international law. We will expend what time, energy, resources are required in order to ensure that relationships are managed effectively, that disputes are settled amicably, without having to resort to coercion, to violence, etc. We will continue to highlight and showcase and illustrate to the world where we perceived amongst the like-minded community of nations abuses of international law. So, in short, I think we are prepared to do what is required. It is integral to our own national interests. I think, as Ambassador Yu had rightly suggested, this is a question that is not just about, the international, commons. It is very much at the forefront of Canadian national interests. We too are a middle power. We too are blessed to be a prosperous nation. But in order for us to continue to be prosperous, we have to be able to trade and engage with the world. And there needs to be predictability, stability, and transparency in order for our businesses, our industries to be able to prosper. And again, we will expend, I believe, what is absolutely required in order to uphold our commitments to our partners and our allies.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Andreas?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, as colleagues have said, of course, we all favor diplomatic, peaceful relations, and our main goal is to avoid a real hot war and conflict in the region. And what will we do? We will continue to do what we've done already, politically support the Philippines, politically support alliances that build on defending the international rules-based order, but also capacity building, what we are already doing and what we might do more in the future. Capacity building when it comes to enabling the Philippine forces, the Philippine Coast Guard, in defending and exercising really the sovereignty of the Philippines over their exclusive economic zone. But there's another aspect also, which is the legal aspect. Political alliance is one thing, capacity building is a second thing. A third thing might also legally to do everything to uphold the international rules-based order. And you might recall that years ago already countries have have via no verbal note clearly stated their legal status on the South China Sea, and China is again and again putting that into question and challenging that. So we might consider to again also legally very clearly make clear our standpoint. I said the arbitral award is binding, but there's more that can be done on the legal front, and I can share here that my capital is currently thinking about that to support the Philippines and the stability in the region, also with another legal step at New York at the level of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Andreas. Ambassador Enda?
Just very briefly, considering the location of our country, of course, the peace and stability in this region is of critical importance, and so that we are very much willing and prepared to work for that goal. And at the same time, as everybody has been mentioning, that it is important to prevent any mishappenings from happening. And so I think we should be working very hard in a comprehensive way. Of course, working with allies and like-minded partners is of critical importance, and at the same time, as has been emphasized, capacity building, raising the awareness, engagement, all those elements are very critical in order to work toward that goal, and we are very much willing to work together with the Philippine side.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Mary Kay?
Well, what they said, I think there's quite a significant consensus here in the panel that might does not make right. When I was in General Santos recently, I referred to the 10-dash line as a cartoon. It is a complete fiction. The fact that, as Dindo mentioned, that the PRC continues to press its claims does not mean that we should back away from defending international law and promoting the Philippines' rights in their own jurisdiction. So we are, in the United States, we have a mutual defense treaty, we have a stake in international law, we have a community of nations, in addition to our lattice work of alliances here in this region, there's a community of nations, and we've already, in our opening statements, I think each and every one of us talked about the significance of the South China Sea region. So when you look at, deterrence, provocation, that's a fine line. The PRC will always say it is our side that's being provocative, but that doesn't mean that we simply retreat. We have to act in order to deter their aggressive behavior in the region. So escalation, appeasement, deterrence, provocation, there's no specific formula. We have to assess at every stage what we can do together to make sure that we stay on the right track so that there is no miscalculation. And essential to ensuring there is no miscalculation is good diplomacy, good communication, so that we continue to engage in international fora and track 1.5 dialogues like this one. We make very clear what our expectations are and what our policies are, and that we also engage with our diplomatic counterparts and also in the mill channels with the PRC, so that there can be no doubt in their mind about our resolve.
Thank you, Ambassador Merke. I'll open the floor for questions. I see Dr. De Castro.
I have 3 questions addressed to Professor Endo, to Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson, and to Ambassador Andres. Let me start with my question, very short. Ambassador Endo, can you give us a status now of the reciprocal access agreement? To Ambassador Mary Kay, ma'am, can you basically project what will be the possible change in policy regarding U.S. policy on the South China Sea and, of course, the alliance in the light of the change in administration in Washington, D.C.? And Ambassador Andreas, we all know that the developments in the Russia-Ukraine war is not going to the favor of Ukraine. And of course, given the possible change in U.S. foreign policy, U.S. policy vis-a-vis Ukraine, after of course you have a change in administration, can any adverse developments in Ukraine affect Germany's outward orientation now, given the fact that Germany has an Indo-Pacific strategy, and of course you have your growing security engagement with the Philippines? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the question related to the Japan-Philippine RAA. It has been signed on the occasion of the 2+2 meeting in early July, and it is to be taken into effect quite soon. And Japan-Philippine RAA is designed to facilitate mutual visits of Japan's self-defense forces and armed forces of the Philippines through setting procedures on their visits as well as their legal status. And it will further encourage cooperative activities such as joint exercises and humanitarian assistance, thereby enhance their interoperability. Thank you.
I think it's important to note that in the United States we have one administration at a time, one president at a time, and we are still in the Biden administration. I don't want to get out ahead of what the Trump administration will do, but I think it's very clear that there is very strong bipartisan support for the U.S.-Philippine alliance. And we look at, for example, 4.5 million Filipino Americans in the United States, many of whom voted in our election. And we have to presume that that population mirrored the general vote count with a good 50% plus in favor of a Trump administration. So the people of the United States, our voters have spoken, and our voters, just like you do here in the Philippines, we hold our governments accountable. So the voters will be expecting the people that they've elected to act in accordance with the will of the people. So we expect, because the strong people-to-people ties are so vibrant, because our economic interests are clear, because we share national security interests, we expect that the Trump administration will continue to put a great deal of emphasis on the importance of the U.S.-Philippine alliance. I'm very confident in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I also would like to follow what Mary Kay just said. We still work with the Biden administration. There is an administration in place which we are working with, and I would not like to speculate here on what's going to happen starting in January next year. But one thing, of course, is also clear. Resources are limited. There are probably growing needs for defense expenditures. There are growing needs because we have growing theaters and more dangerous theaters in the world, and resources are limited. So we have to strike a difficult balance what to do and how to prioritize. I think this is something every government has to do on a permanent basis. And as you might know, we have an additional problem in Germany. Our government has just broken down, so we have anyway to see where we are going to, because one of our coalition partners has left the coalition. So in Germany we might have new elections at the latest in spring next year, and then we will have to redefine a lot of our politics. So speculating now about Ukraine and the South China Sea and prioritizing, I would deny to do that at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ko? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, many thanks to Your Excellencies for your sharing of your candid views. I just want to build a little bit on what has been discussed earlier regarding how far you can go, and allow me to be a little bit more provocative here. And let's say in the face of continued Chinese coercive actions, how will you deal with the narrative that, first of all, these activities are not having any effect, and secondly, that all these activities were regarded as destabilizing peace and stability in the South China Sea? So how will you deal with that narrative? Thank you so much.
Ambassador David?
Sure, I will take a first attempt to address that question. So I think, first off, I think it's very important to highlight that the government of the Philippines' transparency policy has been remarkably successful. It has focused international attention on the South China Sea at a period that is, incomparable to what has transpired previously. So I think, we will continue to dedicate the resources required to ensure that the sanctity of the upholding of international law in the South China Sea remains at the top of the international agenda. And I know we were asked at today's 1.5 event, not to use, too much academic language. But look, the crass reality is we are living in an era of polycrisis. There are many, many things, drawing the attention of the international community around the world right now. But I can assure you that the government of Canada will not turn away from its commitments and its partnerships. Canada does not abandon its allies and its partners in their time of need. We rise to the occasion. We have demonstrated throughout our history our ability to march in lockstep with our partners, with our allies, in the defense of freedom and liberty and all of the issues that we cherish and hold dear to our hearts. So I'm very confident that, and this would be a politically agnostic thing in Canada, that regardless of which government were to, hold power in Canada, our people would expect us to rise to the occasion and do what is right, to defend the rules-based international order and all of those systems that we put in place with all of our like-minded partners, indeed with the entire global community, to which we have all subscribed of our own volition. Nobody was coerced to adopt and adapt these international protocols and norms. And of course, it is at the very, very heart of our national interest. So that's a very long-winded way of saying that we will do what is required in order to maintain focus and attention on this very, very vital, dare I say, strategic area of the world.
Could I just add also that it would be naive to expect instant gratification in terms of immediately the positive results of our actions. We get criticized in the West a lot of times, being part of the New World, as thinking in terms of administrations, whereas millennial cultures think in terms of dynasties. We also need to take a longer-term view. The fact that the PRC continues in its aggressive behavior is no reason for us to somehow back away and say, well, it hasn't worked, so therefore we give up. So it's a matter of continuing to stay lashed up as the international community, having a common view of the importance of international law and continuing to press our case. And over time, even if we don't see results today, tomorrow, this year, over time, because we are right, right will prevail over might in the end. I'm very confident of that. And you have the U.S. commitment to that as well.
Ambassador HK.
Thank you. And with regard to your direct question, I would actually say that activities are not having effect is just false. I remember Australia was one of the first countries to support the Philippines when 2016 arbitral award was delivered. Look at what the situation is now. We have more countries all around the world, right through to Europe, Germany, many countries from there expressing strong support for the Philippines and the fact that the Arbitral Award 2016 is binding and final on both members. And in terms of this narrative that activities are having a destabilizing effect, our activities, this is where, once again, we have to call out the incorrectness of that narrative. We have to go back to how the international law applies and say, so who is destabilizing the situation, right? So I think we have to actually put the facts on the table, show the world that many more are actually promoting the international law, advocating for UNCLOS and adherence to it, and that who is destabilizing, we have to call that out as well.
Ambassador Endo.
Again, just very briefly, I would like to echo with Ambassador Mary Kay that I think we really have to think in the long term and looking at the past in the long term and looking into the future in the longer term. And since I joined the Japanese Foreign Service for more than 30 years, I think we've been seeing steady increase of the provocative activities around this region, and we really have to address this matter in a very serious way. And at the same time, as has been mentioned, we have to deter the real clash, and that's a very subtle balance, but we should be working hard toward that.
Ambassador Andres.
Thank you very much. I also tend to disagree with the original idea saying that everything is getting worse and all these policies has no effects. I don't know where we would be without the political support that has been gathered for the Philippines over the last years, but I guess it would be definitely worse. So yes, we are not there where we would like to be. We have to continue to pressure, we have to continue to build up political support, but I'm sure this is nevertheless the way to go. So pointing finger at, let's face it, at the country which is doing aggressive incidents, provoking aggressive incidents in the South China Sea has to continue. And China is very susceptible, I think, for the reaction of the international community. And the more and more countries you have who are clearly stating that China is the aggressor, that China is the one that needs to be blamed for not respecting the arbitral award and for provoking incidents on a very frequent basis, that also hurts China. So I think this continues to be the way to go. And yes, you might argue that we have not been completely successful. I think everybody agrees in light of the incidents we are seeing. But I continue to think that this is the right way to go. The transparency initiative of the Philippine government was and remains to be a successful step, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll take questions from, I hope I can read them right, Mr. Inkiriwang, then Ms. Bitran. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to address my question to Ambassador David. As you mentioned, your country's commitment to peace and stability in the region. I'm also aware that Canada has become one of the dialogue partners of ASEAN. What do you think of the benefit of this status in helping your country achieve a greater contribution to their commitment because by being a dialogue partner, you have access to ADMM Plus and exercises, including the military. And the second point that I would like to make, probably would like to hear the response from Ambassador Andreas as well, because some other European and NATO countries which have demonstrated their willingness to contribute to region, but they don't have similar access like Canada as a dialogue partners. What do you think of this kind of, and the last one for Ambassador Endo, the publication of 2022 National Security Strategy, how will it affect your greater contribution to deal with the issue in South China Sea? Thank you.
So just to go back to your question, I didn't hear you all that well. Could you please repeat the question?
I would like to know your perspective with Canada's status being a dialogue partner of ASEAN, because being a dialogue partner along with Russia, China, United States, you have the access to participate in ADMM Plus and other military and defense related interactions. How significant does this status allow you to contribute greater in achieving your commitment? Thank you.
So look, Canada has a strategic partnership with ASEAN. We're very proud of that, a dialogue partner. So Canada is committed to engagement. Canada will leverage every single lever of opportunity to posit our position, to reiterate our stance and our commitment to the rules-based international order and to the upholding of international law here. So I think Canada is committed to the notion of ASEAN centrality. We want to make sure that the vested community, particularly those that are most poignantly affected in the region of the South China Sea, have those opportunities to dialogue and exchange. So we will absolutely leverage our augmented presence there to have these discussions with everyone. The role of a diplomat is to indeed dialogue, it's to engage. And so we will remain fully committed to leveraging all of those opportunities to be able to do so. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I also have to come back to your question. If I understood correctly, you were talking about access of other European partners to the Philippine government or to the South China Sea, to ASEAN. Could you please elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, being slightly different with Canada, you're not part of the dialogue partner of ASEAN. To what extent this situation would hamper or probably provide opportunity or... Thank you.
No, exactly. We are not a partner and not a formal partner of ASEAN, but for example, Germany is trying to become a member of ADMM+. So we would like, as my colleague David said, dialogue and consultation is the way to go. We are striving to get observer status at ADMM+ in order to be more involved in this theater, to be more involved in these discussions. Because we think this is the way to go. I can here only speak for Germany because we are striving to be a member of ADMM+. We are hopeful that we will get this status next year. That would allow us then to even more engage with ASEAN on issues of security and defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question related to the national security strategy in 2022, I believe. It's also a very comprehensive strategy that navigates the Japanese foreign policy, security policy, and all those related policies. So it touches upon various aspects, including the strengthened diplomatic efforts with all those partners in the region. But in that strategy, we also refer to the seriousness of the current situation in the South China Sea, and as mentioned, we are very much committed to work for that agenda. And just one specific example that we've been working is that in accordance with that national security strategy, Japanese government has started the scheme called Official Security Assistance. And the Philippines is actually the first recipient country of that support of official security assistance. And we've been supporting the Philippines armed forces with the coastal radar systems through that scheme, and that is also one important agenda related to this national security strategy.
Ms. Tran?
Thank you, Chair. So the ambassador from India is not here, but I would like to ask the ambassador from the US, Japan, and Australia, if you could give us some update on your country contribution to the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. Thanks.
Ambassador Mary-Kay?
I'll have to get back to you on that. Honestly, I didn't come with specifics for today.
So the initiative by the Quad members, the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. So it was launched in 2022, but we don't have any updates on the implementation.
Thank you for that question. Well, the Quad, as a formation, is a diplomatic partnership designed to coordinate our activities in the Indo-Pacific. And as part of that, Quad has made a huge effort to engage Southeast Asian countries. The Indo-Pacific Partnership that you mentioned, I have to say, it doesn't ring a bell, so I'm going to have to chase that up and find out exactly what the scope of that was. But the Quad, as we know it, is really a diplomatic partnership designed to coordinate our work better, to really further promote the rule of law, and to ensure that Southeast Asian countries, including the Philippines and others, have real choices available to them, whether it's in environmental work, climate change, economic relationships, and even health. So these are practical things that the Quad is actually advancing through that fora to engage the region on very important issues.
Yes, so I'm referring to the initiative that make use of satellite radio frequencies to enhance maritime domain awareness.
There's actually a lot of work underway under the Quad, and I can certainly provide, we can certainly collectively provide updates on those different streams of work. But absolutely, what the Quad is doing is looking at our relative strengths, looking at how we can bring it all together to actually make coordination easier and cooperation easier with countries in Southeast Asia and in the Indo-Pacific more broadly.
Thank you very much. I also have to check with the details of the current status, but as you mentioned, maritime domain awareness is really one of the flagship projects for the Quad corporations, and of course, it's not necessarily intended to target the Philippines capacity building, but it's more broadly planned and designed. But I think our colleagues working on the maritime domain awareness support to the region is working very hard. I used to work on this matter, but I should be updated. Yeah.
Thank you for those. Maybe we can have Mr. Liu, then Mr. Furuya.
Yeah.
Mr. Liu first.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm Liu Xiaobo from the Grandview Institution in Beijing, China. And my question to the distinguished ambassador of the United States of America, and would you like to share your personal view about the reason why the United States of America didn't rectify the UNCLOS right now? Yeah.
The UN Conference on the Law of the Sea is now established international law. So the United States fully adheres to international legal principles enshrined therein, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Faria.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Excellencies, for your presentation. As I have heard that many of you are talking about capacity building, particularly seminars on Road 3 or other exercises. And I was wondering, is there any plan to collaborate each other so that you can double the effort for the peace and stability in this region? As far as I understand, that Japan has already taken such initiative with the United States to provide capacity building programs to Philippine Coast Guard. Is there any such similar plans for other nations? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Are you happy for me to answer? That's easy. We're already doing so. You'll be pleased to hear all the like-minded countries who have presence in the Philippines. We actively work together to collaborate to ensure that we are complementing each other's efforts in that regard along with the Philippines.
And if I could just add further to that, what I mentioned a bit earlier is what you will see now is even greater collaboration, again, to make sure that when we're engaging around the area of capacity building writ large, that we will do so in a manner where we are not duplicating efforts, but that we are fully aligned and ensuring that each of us plays to our respective strengths, our respective capacities, so that we're really generating the full force of effect of our engagement with our Filipino partners.
And just on a practical basis, this occurs at all levels, including at the working level here in Manila, where we have our counterparts from, for example, from the Coast Guard. All of our missions here have programs with the Coast Guard, so we get together with our Philippine Coast Guard colleagues and working level contacts at each embassy to basically, look at making sure that we're not duplicating efforts and making sure that we are all, to use a nautical term, rowing in the same direction, if you will. So we see that not just at the UN level, where we just in September had the ministerial conference, which attracted over 20 ministerial level individuals to talk about the Indo-Pacific and safety and security, where the Philippines figured prominently, but at the working level as well. There's very good cooperation, in particular for capacity building for the Philippines, but also on our common interests across the Indo-Pacific.
Nothing much to add, but I think we've been working very hard on various settings, and in that regard, I would also like to pay respect to the tireless efforts on the side of the Philippine Coast Guard, so that they can also find the complementarity between various supports from various actors in this room.
Commodore J. Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Dindo. As we know, the Philippines is the only country in ASEAN that has consistently criticized China's aggressive and unlawful actions. This is understandable given that the People's Republic of China is the largest trading partner in the region. What are the efforts of your governments making ASEAN be encouraged to stand in favor of the rule of law against China's aggression? They say that China can punish them more credibly than the West can defend them if push comes to shove. Thank you.
Who would like to go? Ambassador HK.
I just wonder whether I can provide an update on the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. So there has been a lot of progress made, but I think the lady's gone, so maybe I will give it to her directly.
Ambassador David.
So thank you very much for the question, and I think it's very clear that Canada continues to engage with each and every one of our ASEAN partners to stress the primacy of the adherence to international law, We provide the same level of messaging as we do to all of our partners in the region, that Canada stands in unison with those countries that are feeling a little bit more of economic pressure, economic coercion, and these types of things, and that we will work together in a sort of unified manner with our partners to make sure that they feel supported and leveraging their own voices and leveraging their own independent opinion on challenges that are taking place in the South China Sea. We started to see, I think, many other partners in the region starting to leverage their voice in a much more public fora than what had been done just a short while ago. Again, my personal opinion and observation is that is largely attributable to the success of the Government of the Philippines Transparency Initiative by speaking out where there are aberrations and where there are activities taking place that are violating international law. And so again, we are engaging, we continue to engage, we continue to coordinate with all of our partners both in ASEAN and without to deliver very consistent messaging so that again, as that we are all on the same page in terms of the adherence and the upholding of international law, including providing offers of support and assistance to help bolster legal cases, legal arguments, economic support, and engagement as well. So frankly, we're leveraging every sort of arrow in our quiver to be able to engage robustly with all of our partners throughout ASEAN.
Ambassador HK.
And now I can answer this question. Sorry about that. I got distracted with the other information that came through. When it comes to involvement with ASEAN, with Australia, we always emphasize that this is actually about each country's national interest. And what the ASEAN countries need to do is ensure you are exercising your agency clearly and strongly in order to advance your own national interests. And to help with that, what Australia is doing is ensuring our partnership with ASEAN is strong. And in fact, during our last ASEAN-Australia summit, our foreign minister announced $64 million project so that Australia can enhance our Southeast Asia maritime partnerships. So we want to help the ASEANs understand, just like Australia in the region, that this is really about protecting our national interests, advancing our interests through exercising our own agency. And we also want to help the ASEANs by actually implementing practical, useful initiatives in partnership with ASEAN.
Ambassador, any other? No. Robin, you're seated, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for your remarks. I'm Robin Garcia. I'm connected with the University of Pennsylvania. I also lead a firm called WR Advisory Group. You focused your remarks on what you've been doing to help the Philippines and other ASEAN countries respond to China. Maybe I'm going to move the discussion to what the Philippines should be doing more in order to respond to China. You've mentioned the success of the Transparency Initiative. You've also just actually mentioned the idea of asserting agency. But are there other things we should be doing? Legislation, for instance, some initiatives that you've launched, you've suggested the President to do. So more on that line, what we should be doing as a country or as a region. Thank you.
Any ambassador? Ambassador HK, then... oh, Ambassador Enda?
Well, I will just say that in terms of diplomacy, in our view, there's always more that we can do in terms of communication. When you think about diplomacy and what that means, it's really communicating your shared interests, working toward common goals, building relationships of trust. And so for the Philippines, as it is for all of our diplomatic, whether it's the State Department or the Department of Foreign Affairs or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's one of capacity. There are so many crises, we've heard about them mentioned today. It's just very important that we continue to work together to amplify each other's voices. when we go and we talk about issues that are occurring in the South China Sea, aggressive activities that we are calling out, challenges that we're facing, that especially in the Philippines exclusive economic zone, the best voice for that is the Philippines. And we are better amplifying that voice. Now, we all face constraints in terms of capacity, but what we would like to continue to do with our Philippine partners is to make sure their voice is front and center and is heard first, and that we are then able to amplify that. So that would be, from my perspective, more, better communication. But there are only so many hours in the day, there are only so many diplomats assigned, so that is not a criticism, it's just what we could all collectively, I think, do better together.
Thank you.
Endo first.
First, I wanted to go back to the previous question. What we are doing with the ASEAN before responding to what the Philippines should be doing in ASEAN. But first, we've also, of course, been very much deeply engaged with so many ASEAN friends, and both in the private sphere and also in the public sphere. And I think that's very important to have a very multi-layered communications with various partners in the region at the leaders level, foreign ministry, or we also have a very close connections between various coast guards. And as I mentioned in the previous remark, we've also been supporting so many countries for their capacity buildings, and that's, I think, a very important foundation. And at the same time, I see growing number of track to 1.5 dialogues with our various ASEAN partners, which I think is also an important step forward. And with regard to what the Philippines should see your engagement with other ASEAN partners, of course, it's up to the Philippine government, but I personally tend to think that, again, back to the basics, it is very important to see this matter in a longer term perspectives. And each nation has its own positions over this matter, but it is very important to have a longer term perspectives to keep engagement, keep communications in various ways at multi-layered way, so that we can further strengthen the collective positions in the future.
Ambassador HK, then Ambassador David.
Thank you. This may sound like things that I think the Philippines should do more, they're already doing. And it's going to sound like that because the Philippines is already doing it. One thing that Australia really focused on years back was around making sure the Philippines had unilateral law that aligned with international law. And of course, this morning, the President has actually signed the Maritime Zone Bill and the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Bill. These are really, really important laws. And Australia is really proud that we were able to support the Philippines through Waypoint to get these two bills developed and now passed. The second thing the Philippines can do more of is to actually engage with more countries to form more partnerships. And once again, they're already doing that. We are seeing great amount of interest from European countries even, well beyond those that are here. We've got many countries now wanting to reach out to the Philippines to partner in this very, very important endeavor. And this is something that the Philippines has to continue to do. I also think there is room for the Philippines to be the teacher based on the experiences that I have in tackling this very challenging the issue around the West Philippine Sea. And to that extent, I've already heard people like Secretary Teodoro talking about the importance of the Philippines sharing your experience with countries in the Pacific Island nations, for example. So I think there is really a big role that the Philippines can play in reaching out to others and talking about their experience more broadly. And then finally, of course, ensuring that you are really stepping up, the Philippines is stepping up with its own military and security capabilities. And once again, very pleased to say, the Philippines is already doing it. You just have to look at the ambition of Horizon project just to see how ambitious they are about achieving that.
Ambassador David?
Yeah, just to reiterate and echo a little bit of what my colleagues have already said, I think a lot of the focus needs to be, while general capacity is being built across the board, amplifying, solidifying the ability of the government of the Philippines, all of the various stakeholders, agencies, and departments to focus time and energy on this issue. One area where we continue to engage is around the area of strategic communications. Right? So sort of managing, owning the narrative, focusing on the primacy of international law. Some of our other close like-minded partners, the government of the United Kingdom and others, are working very closely with the government of the Philippines on projects targeting and specifying specifically, again, on strategic communications. What we really need to be careful and mindful of, and many of my colleagues have mentioned this morning, is the strategic context in which all of this is taking place. And there are many partners in the region who have greater capacity to practice strategic patience, right? It's been a theme that's been very consistent. And of course, in a lot of our countries, we're dealing with these issues tactically, transactionally. But we cannot take our eye off of the focus on the strategic primacy of what we are fundamentally defending here, which is international order and international law. And so we can get caught up in the day-to-day, all of the difficulties, all of the incidents that are taking place, but we cannot take our eye off the prize of maintaining that strategic focus. So further efforts, capacity building around strategic communications, making sure that, as my colleagues have suggested, that the experience that the Philippines is undergoing, they're enduring, is leveraged as an example and as an illustration to the global community, like my colleague from Germany suggested, about what's transpiring in Ukraine. Again, as an illustration, a very poignant and compelling illustration to the international community about the need, the requirement to hold up the sanctity of international law.
Ambassador Andres?
Yeah, just quickly to echo. I mean, what can be more? What can be done more in order to solidify this alliance, this political alliance? I'm not here to give any recommendation, but my observation would be the Philippines have built up a lot of diplomatic capital over the last 2 or 3 years. This is visible in all the visits we've seen, in all the contacts that the Philippine president has taken. The Philippine DFA was able to entertain delegations coming in from all over the world. So building a political alliance on a high level, I think the Philippines have been very successful over the last 2 years, and that will continue, and that will bear its fruit. It will bear its fruit when it comes to defending the international rules-based order. You can always argue that there might be more to be done on the ASEAN level here in the region. Yes, the efforts might be, the success might be limited so far, but I think also the presidency of ASEAN in 2026 for the Philippines is a very good chance to build also on that. So I'm very optimistic that this diplomatic capital which the Philippines have built up over the last 2 years will bear its fruit, and we will all, in particular the Philippines, of course, will benefit from it in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors. And in that, I think we need to end this session. Lunch is quite near, but something that we need to remind ourselves is that collaboration with like-minded partners is essential for effectively responding to aggressive maneuvers that challenge our territorial integrity, our maritime rights in the Philippines, and ultimately the path forward hinges on our collective resolve to strengthen this partnership and foster an environment where diplomacy, dialogue take precedence over confrontation. Again, thank you, dear ambassadors, for joining us here.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. That was a special roundtable with our ambassadors. And of course, thank you to our panel chair. We would like to request our ambassadors and our panel chair to also take this photo opportunity. Our cameramen are already on standby. Before we proceed with our lunch, of course. I know everyone's already hungry. How about another big round of applause to our ambassadors, our panel, and our panel chair. Thank you very much. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch buffet is already open. We're going to allot a couple of minutes for the next panel to be set up. Everyone is encouraged to get their food and proceed back to their seats, as this will be a working lunch plenary. Thank you very much, and hopefully everyone's going to enjoy the wonderful food that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hopefully everyone's enjoying their lunch as we're proceeding with the working lunch plenary. Exposing bad behavior at sea, transparency, and countering malign influence operations. And to give his opening remarks, we request the Assistant Director General for Strategic Communications, National Security Council of the Philippines, Assistant Director General Jonathan Malaya. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand it's a working lunch, so please continue with what you're doing. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed partners, and honored guests, it is with great honor to convene with all of you today to discuss a critical issue that affects not only our respective nations but the entire global community: the need to expose and counter bad behaviors at sea. It's a very interesting topic and the way it's phrased. As we discuss this topic, we significantly recognize that this challenge affects not only the Philippines, but also the security and stability of our region and the international community. The West Philippine Sea, part of the broader South China Sea, holds significant values across economic, ecological, geopolitical, cultural, and tourism aspects. In 2016, the arbitral ruling ruled in favor of the Philippines, affirming our sovereign rights within our EEZ. However, despite this clear legal decision, certain actors continue to disregard international norms, challenging our sovereignty, peace, and regional order. This issue is not just a matter of Philippine national interest, it concerns every nation committed to upholding a rules-based order and the sanctity of international law. Unfortunately, the waters of the West Philippine Sea have become a theater for malign influence operations. Foreign interference marked by disinformation campaigns and strategic narratives seek to mislead both our citizens and the global community. These operations exploit media platforms and other outlets to distort the truth, spread false claims, and create divisions. By clouding the facts and promoting alternative narratives, these efforts undermine stability, erode trust, and attempt to weaken our legitimate claims under international law. In response, the Philippines has developed an approach we call measured transparency. This strategy aims to counter disinformation and a commitment to clear, factual communication and enabling both our citizens and the international community to see the truth about activities in the West Philippine Sea. Through the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea, we have adopted several transparency measures, including embedding domestic and international media in resupply and other missions. We also host regular press briefings and issue press statements if there are incidents at sea, and we share verified information. And we are only able to do this through the support of the journalism sector, the international journalists and domestic journalists that work with us in implementing this policy. These initiatives ensure that our messaging remains consistent and fact-based, exposing unlawful activities without compromising our national security. Measured transparency is more than a communication strategy. It is also, in a way, a deterrent to those who attempt to manipulate narratives or project false information to justify incursions or hostile actions. By openly documenting and communicating events in the West Philippine Sea, we not only inform the public, but also send a message to those attempting to disrupt peace. The Philippines will not stand idle, nor will we allow falsehoods to go unchallenged. The Philippines is steadfast in its commitment to regional stability and security. We seek cooperation, not confrontation, dialogue, not division. Our actions are rooted in principles of peace and respect for international law, and we work with our neighbors and global partners to foster a secure and prosperous region. This commitment extends beyond our national interest. We understand that the stability of the South China Sea is vital to all who rely on these waters for trade, security, and environmental sustainability. Thus, our transparency efforts are intended to benefit the entire region, providing a framework for accountability that can serve as a responsible for responsive maritime governance. Let me also add that the Transparency Initiative itself is not the entire strategy. It is simply one of the tools that the Philippine government uses in order to advance its national interest. There seems to be a misimpression by some quarters that the transparency policy is a strategy in itself. I wish to clarify that the Transparency Initiative or policy is merely one of the tools that we use in concert with the other instruments of the country's national power. So it is not a standalone approach. It is used in conjunction with diplomatic efforts. It is used in conjunction with naval operations by our Philippine Navy. It is used in conjunction with other information operations in order to advance the Philippine national interest, as well as advance international law, the rule of law, and, of course, the rules-based international order. In closing, I urge each of you to reflect on the role we all can play in supporting transparency and countering malign influence in our shared maritime space. This is collective endeavor that requires cooperation from all nations that value stability and security in the Indo-Pacific. And I'd also like to add that the Transparency Initiative, or the government's desire, the Philippine government's desire to expose bad behavior at sea, would not have been successful or even possible if not for the support of the third estate, the media. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the international media that have come to the Philippines, who have increased their presence in the Philippines, who have upgraded their operations from merely a reporter to now a bureau, because they understand the importance of what we're doing and they are supporting us in all that we do. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you very much, Assistant Director General Jonathan Malaya, for the wonderful opening remark. And at this point, to introduce our panel chair, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the postdoctoral fellow, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Dr. Vic Tran.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for spending your precious lunchtime with us today. So today, we have three excellent speakers with us, and we will proceed according to the program. So we will start with, so I will introduce all the speakers first, and then we will proceed. So we have Commander J. Terriera, Chief of the West Philippine Sea Transparency Office. The second speaker is Ms. Phương Thảo Nguyễn, a PhD candidate at the Osaka School of International Public Policy, Osaka University. And then, last but not least, Rear Admiral Katsuya Yamamoto, Program Director of Security Studies at Sasakawa Peace Foundation. So each speakers will have 5 to 7 minutes. So what I will do is that I will set a timer for 6 minutes. So when you hear the bell, please wrap up in a few sentences. So Commander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Vic. I want to begin by highlighting that the People's Republic of China has effectively established its presence in the South China Sea through coercive and aggressive operations. Their presence is now a fait accompli. They occupied Mischief Reef in 1995, operationalized their 9-dash line presence in the recent years by seizing control of the Scarborough Shoal in 2012, reclaimed and militarized numerous maritime features since 2013. All of this were done by the People's Republic of China without firing a single shot. It is important to note that these actions were carried out without military confrontation. The only exception was being the killing of over 60 Vietnamese sailors in 1988 during the Johnson South Reef skirmish. Beijing has skillfully utilized a gray zone strategy through its maritime forces. The PLA Navy for intimidation, the China Coast Guard, and Chinese maritime militia for coercion and aggressive maneuver, employing threats and escalation to undermine international law and disregard universally accepted norms. This gray zone approach leaves Southeast Asian nations with two challenging choices: either to overlook China's persistent presence and aggressive behavior in our exclusive economic zones, or to deploy our own vessels to counter them. Many countries in the region, fearing potential repercussions, have opted for the former. Unfortunately, this passive stance has allowed China to alter the status quo, challenge the international rules-based order, and extend its influence over these nations. This apprehension of provoking China has effectively led us to permit their exploitation of our non-confrontational position, enabling an unchallenged culminated in filing unchallenged whether to ignore or respond to China's presence in the region. I'll just use my phone. I messed up with the printing. Sorry.
So while we're waiting for the commander, I just wanted to say, because I see Greg sitting over there, and I think that I have to say that I'm also a adjunct fellow with the CSIS in DC. Thanks.
Culminated by filing a case against China in the Permanent Court of Arbitration in 2013. A significant victory was achieved in 2016 when the tribunal ruled in favor of the Philippines, invalidating China's extensive territorial claims in the region. However, many legal scholars argue that the subsequent administration under President Rodrigo Duterte did not fully capitalize on this victory in its interactions with China, instead of using the ruling as a leverage. The Duterte administration sought to strengthen ties with China, raising concerns about potential erosion of the Philippines' hard-won rights. The shift in approach has sparked debates regarding the effectiveness of international law and the institutions that uphold it. Critics contend that the Philippines' decision to downplay the ruling and pursue closer relations with China has diminished the significance of its legal victory. This change is particularly ironic, given that the Philippines initially took a courageous step in bringing the case to international tribunal, positioning itself as a model for other nations facing similar dispute. The arbitration victory was celebrated as a triumph for international law and an affirmation of the importance of legal mechanism in resolving conflicts. When President Bongbong Marcos took office, he faced the challenge of developing a strategy that aligned with his commitment to ensure that not a single inch of our territory will be surrendered to any foreign power. To formulate this strategy, he needed to consider several key factors. First, he had to decide whether to ignore or respond to China's presence in the region. Second, he needed to find a way to reshape the perceptions of both domestic and international audiences regarding the significance of the arbitration victory. President Marcos recognized the necessity of carefully navigating the intricate dynamics of great power competition, all while remaining committed to protecting Philippine territory and upholding the international law. In response, the Transparency Initiative was launched. This strategic information operation aims to assert Philippine sovereignty while minimizing the risk of unnecessary escalation. By publicizing China's aggressive actions and illegal presence in the West Philippine Sea, the initiative seeks to raise awareness both domestically and internationally about the ongoing territorial dispute. This tactic is designed to harness public opinion and international pressure to deter further encroachment by China. By bringing these issues to light, the initiative could foster multilateral discussions involving other states that support international law. The Transparency Initiative is not intended to ignore or allow China to alter the status quo, nor it is meant to provoke or escalate the tension. Instead, it employs transparency and publicity as tools to protect Philippine interests and uphold international law. Since then, we have successfully transformed the Philippines' approach to reporting incidents in the South China Sea. We have moved from silently enduring the bullying tactics to adapting a more assertive stance in narrating and exposing China's illegal actions. Initially, it was mainly the Philippine Coast Guard that engaged with the media. However, as our Transparency Initiative gained traction and recognition, we achieved a significant milestone in our efforts. We now hold joint press conferences to include the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the National Security Council. This collaborative approach in addressing incidents in the South China Sea is unprecedented and represents a major shift in our collective response. The Filipino people now can hear factual narratives directly from the national government, ensuring that the truth remains visible and unclouded. Secondly, our efforts to publicize compelling videos and images that accurately document China's illegal actions in the South China Sea have attracted international attention and condemnation. More countries are now voicing their criticism and standing in solidarity with us against Beijing's bullying tactics and blatant disregard for international law. Third, the national government's disclosure of Chinese aggression in the South China Sea has effectively raised public awareness among Filipinos. During the 6 years of the former Duterte administration, the country was divided in perception of China. The limited information available about the situation in the West Philippine Sea during his time allowed misinformation to spread in social media. As a result, many of the former president's supporters mistakenly viewed China as a good friend and a partner for peace and development. However, it is now clear that Filipinos, regardless of social status or political affiliation, whether they supported the Dutertes or the current president, we have already seen a united stand of the Filipino people. According to the latest Pulse Asia survey, 7 out of 10 Filipinos now will not support pro-China candidates in the upcoming 2025 midterm polls. Fourth, a key measure of our success in transparency is the recognition by the legislation of the patriotic duty and selfless service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine Coast Guard. As we all know, the budget of these agencies have tremendously increased. In closing, I would like to reiterate that it is essential for the region to expose the aggressive actions of the People's Republic of China in the South China Sea. The incidents affecting the Philippines are mirrored by those faced by Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. If like-minded nations supporting the international rules-based order remain unaware, the People's Republic of China's unlawful actions will go unpunished. Transparency allows smaller countries to unite with others to challenge violations of international law, addressing beyond economic interests. The environmental damage caused by these activities of China has far-reaching consequences. The interconnectedness of maritime spaces necessitates action to protect our vital resources. Ultimately, transparency done is insufficient to counter China's aggression if that will only be the effort. While raising awareness is crucial, concrete actions are necessary to induce behavioral change for the People's Republic of China. In conclusion, I must underscore that the Philippines' struggle in the West Philippine Sea transcends our sovereignty. It is a matter of concern for all of us. Allowing China to disregard the rules-based order undermines the very foundation in which we all depend. If we permit such actions to continue, nations may lose sight of the reasons of the order was established and begin to question the significance of the international law. The erosion of respect for established norms could lead us to have a perilous era where might prevails over what is right. Therefore, I call upon you here, leading analysts and thought leaders, to take a stand, a principled stand, in favor of the rule of law and add to collective efforts to pressure bully countries in the world to respect international law. Their continued defiance possess a grave risk to the future of the younger generation. We must recognize that the global peace we currently enjoy is a hard-earned legacy born from the sacrifices of those who endured the horrors of war. It is our solemn duty to preserve and uphold this peace for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander. So I realized that he couldn't hear my timer. So what I will do is that I would invite the next two speakers to set your own timers for 6 minutes, please. And while we wait, could you please set your timer? Yes, so while we wait, I would like to raise an issue for us to think about, and then if the next two speakers have any thought to add during their presentation, please feel free to do so. So, up until recently, we used to turn to, photos and videos as reliable witness of what happened. But these days, with AI and deepfake, it's posed serious challenge to this understanding. And especially in February this year, OpenAI introduced their new model, translating from text to video. So even though this is not available to the public yet, but it will soon be available, then it will be pose serious challenge to our transparency initiative. So yes, if you're ready, Ms. Nguyen, please.
Hello. Well, I'm Thang from Osaka University, and I'm doing research on China's influence operation and China disinformation operation targeting Vietnam. As part of my research is related to the situation in the South China Sea, so I hope that my talking here today may somehow can contribute to promote the Manila dialogue on the South China Sea. Well, when it comes to China's influence operations, China appears to be one of the most active players in this field, with the support of state-sponsored agencies and media. And China so far has made huge investment in cyberspace and information sector to control the discourse in international diplomatic forum. Well, however, the research so far just focused the issue on in democratic countries, but overlooking quite the cases, let's say Vietnam, which share quite a similar political system and strong censorship as China. So Vietnam appears to be one of the most interesting cases that worth investigating. Well, let's take a look at the Vietnamese media ecosystem. That Vietnam enjoys quite solid hedge that can protect its internal media environment, in which that a lot of media outlets plays as semi-mouthpiece of the Vietnamese government. And you can see at the graph, sure, the second one, except for this one, this is the domestic media platform in Vietnam. But others like the Western platform like Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook Messenger, or Instagram might be the fertile ground for the public. I mean, Vietnamese citizens to exchange the news and to do analysis. So here are some Vietnamese state-run media and press. When it comes to key factors of the Vietnamese media ecosystem, the main parties might be the strong regulation on press and media and the present availability of foreign marketers in Vietnam media environment, and especially Vietnamese government tries to make strong balance between in collaboration with the foreign partners in terms of media and communication. But however, there's still some kind of weaknesses that face Vietnamese government when it comes to the extreme nationalism, say xenophobia or China apprehension nationalistic sentiment. Or recently we witnessed the phenomena of anti-color revolution might be the case that would be exploited by the external evil actors. There are some strategic tactics that might be adopted by the external, say, Chinese state, sponsor media, influence operation to target Vietnamese audience. So the first one is often be endorsing and misquoting high profiles, saying or the government's official narratives, say bamboo diplomacy or foreign policy that we often see. And the second one might be the recruitment of regional staffs that we use to examine in different countries. But say in Vietnam, in Hanoi, there is a case like Xinhua is still under examination. But let me make a quick update that in last October, Vietnamese government already signed a memorandum with China in promoting the collaboration between Vietnam and China in terms of media and communication. So in the future, we will expect to see more of the presence of Xinhua in Vietnam, say, for example. So these are trying to shape the narrative to spread some favorable news of China, counter negative coverage effectively about China in front of the public. The main narratives of the People's Republic of China in Vietnam might be that Vietnam and China have shared heritage, and they're willing to set aside the difference to pursue greater cooperation. And China is more responsible and more constructive compared to the U.S. And Vietnam collaboration with external partners will never help Vietnam to solve the issue in the South China Sea. Here are some of the Chinese media penetration into Vietnam media ecosystem. And so I want to show some contingent in the past so far. In 2016, for example, China Daily or Xinhua or Renminhua, which we say people.cn, used to cover the distort quotation about what then Prime Minister Nguyễn Xuân Phúc say about the situation on the South China Sea. And others like China Daily once covered in distorted news about Vietnam's maritime militia construction or fabricated information about South China Sea in Chinese textbook, and other emission distorted information also on the case, say, South China Sea. And recently we witnessed the case that, interestingly, that there one evil effort tried to target Vietnam via the Philippine expert, and Global Times also covered the same time. These are somewhat I collected from the last September incident between Vietnamese missing fishing boat and the Chinese law enforcement on the South China Sea. Well, while Global Times covered quite the one-sided way about the case on the South China Sea, which covered the news one side from Reuters. But let's take a look at the media sources on, say, WeChat or Weibo, we can see that there are a lot of kind of narratives with distorted information about the case in Vietnam, and say others like people try to spread distorted information about the case. So because of the limitation of the time, I will wrap it up in 2 points that there's still a lot of tactics that's still under examination. And we need to build more administrative, systematic countermeasure body within countries in the region, etc., especially to counter the issue at this time. Say pre-bunk or debunk, say very important. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. And now we will move to Rear Admiral Yamamoto, please. And please have your timer ready.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Vic. I am from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan, and I am retired Japanese sailor. Also, in this dialogue, several speakers mentioned China's maritime militia activities. I'm afraid I may bore you all. However, now I would like to discuss about the China maritime militia from the other point of view today. My agenda is very simple. So simple. Is China's maritime militia also has a duty to understand and respect the use in battle. As you know, China's militia is a genuine Chinese armed forces as defined by the domestic law of the People's Republic of China. In terms of the military activities, the international community should understand that China's militia has the same military status as the sailors and soldiers of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Forces, including the China's Coast Guard. Of course, China and the Chinese grassroots peoples must want the international community to regard and respect its militia units and the militia members as the armed forces as combatants on the equal status as the People's Liberation Armies and the PAP. Unfortunately, however, China's maritime militia do not respect the obligations they have assumed as a combatant under the international laws, regulations, and manners. China's domestic law requires the militia to wear uniform and insignia as a combatant. However, these are only used during the training or exercise period, and in many cases, when confronted with the foreign vessels or fishermen, the Chinese militia do not wear their uniforms, do not raise the military ensign flag, and cannot be identified from the ordinary fishermen and fishing boats. In addition, the militia have not received the minimum education and training in the international humanitarian law that is essential for military personnel. I heard this from many Chinese friends of mine. Chinese media often report that many fishermen prioritize their individual profit and material desires. Fishermen do not understand their duty, military duty, militia's duty, and missions as missions. And that the military sub-district of PLA and local government of China are at a loss when it comes to training and managing this militia. Recently, the operation itself has been strictly controlled by the authorities through the Beidou satellite navigation system. However, it seems that they are unable to control the feeling of each individual members of the militia, Chinese local fishermen. As a result, the harassment of foreign fishermen and the Coast Guard by the maritime militia is like a wild blood on the street of the Chinese cities. So street fighting by Chinese mafia-like. Their performance are extremely barbaric, such as wielding a butcher knife. There is no minimum respect for humanity that soldiers should observe. So I was a retired military. All of the military personnel in the world, we have to the education and training of what important is humanity, what we have to respect the international humanitarian law. The main reason for the kind of behavior by the Chinese militia is that they have not received sufficient education and training in the international law, which is necessary for military personnel. The international community must strongly request that China provide the education and the training for their Chinese militia. History of human being has repeatedly shown that even professional soldiers who have received a solid education can lose sight of humanity and cause tragedy in the extreme situation. Since even professional soldiers can do this, it is even more important for part-time soldiers, the militia, to receive a thorough education and training that will also protect the human rights of the militia itself. Finally, I would like to add one point about the human rights of the militia themselves. China has developed its maritime militia to the front line of the disputed area in the South China Sea. The militia is deployed even further forward than the PLA Navy and the Chinese Coast Guard beyond. These militiamen, ignorant of the international law, militiamen have recklessly conflicted with foreign maritime law enforcement agency, resulting in casualties. The Chinese authority and their media have prized the militia members who have been killed or injured in conflict with foreign law enforcement agency as patriots and heroes, and reported them as example to be followed. I call this situation everywhere if invited me. I call them human shield at sea. Human shield at sea. China maritime militia activities are tragedy not only for the international community, but also for the Chinese people, I understand. I stop my argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Rear Admiral. So now I would like to open the discussion to the floor. So I see one card over there. Yeah, please start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is addressed to Mr. Yamamoto. I fully understand that it is very important and necessary for us to make militia to obey the obligations of jus in bello. But before that, we need to find militia. And going back to 2016 incident, a few hundred of Chinese fishing boats came to Japanese jurisdictional sea areas. And my dear friend James have discussed this issue in his excellent papers, But it is too difficult to make definite decision that they are militia. Actually, in that incident, Japanese government never ever declared that they were militia. So I would like to ask your opinion. How can we find practically militia in the incident concretely? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I totally agree with James Krask dimensions and reported. I very understand it. So even the militia, because the militia, Chinese militia is one part of the armed forces of Chinese People's Republic of China. So even the militia has to respect and have to obey the international law. So however, that incident time, so the Chinese militia is not to respect the international order, no wear the uniform, no rising the flag post. So just is the performance is the illegal fisherman. It's not militia. So I understand. So the different part of the I'm not the IUU, but the different part of the IUU. So not only Japan, but also the international committee to deal with these illegal fishermen as offense subject. So this is not, they are not have the status of the combatant. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I would like to make my question clearer. Just simply, I would like to ask you how to find militia in the actual incident of many fishing boats coming to Japanese jurisdiction sea areas. That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. So unfortunately, the Japanese government did not decide yet how to deal with the militia. But my individual comment is my comment is the fight against the hostility. Our government can use the force for defense of our country, I think.
Okay, so before we continue, I would like to have a clarification from Dr. Ordenio, because we started late, so I wonder when we should end the session. Yeah, so the current schedule, we have until 1:45.
Plus 30 minutes.
So we end at 2?
2:15.
2:15, okay, thank you. So now I will take two questions at once, and please identify yourself before asking the question. So I see the two here, Aristio and Mr. Bagasas. Yeah. Please.
Right, thank you very much, Aristio from Indonesia. My questions goes to Commodore Tarela. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the Philippine experience. I have a couple of questions. So the first one is that how do you measure the success of the Transparency Initiative program? Are there any statistics on the number of intrusion and escalations before and after the transparency program? And the second one is that how does the business community or the private sector's oil drill company view such a policy? Because the reason why Jakarta has been trying to avoid megaphone diplomacy, as they say, is that because they're afraid that it might scare the oil drilling companies, as we might see that some of the drilling companies has left the Vietnams. So Jakarta has been trying, feared of that reason. So how do you view, or how does the business community view such a transparency initiative policies in the Philippines? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josiah from the Philippines. I am with Pacific Forum's Young Leaders Program. So my question is addressed to all panelists. My question goes, what concrete steps can governments in the region effectively take to address or counter even state and non-state sponsored misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation drives that may include the propagation of deepfakes or other AI-generated or AI-enabled online content. Thank you.
So please, the speakers.
Thank you. Regarding the first question, how are we going to measure the success of the transparency efforts in the Philippine government? Again, this transparency initiative has two main objectives. That is to create awareness of the Filipino people and for the international community to also understand what is at stake in the West Philippine Sea due to the aggressive actions of the People's Republic of China. And if we're going to use that as our threshold in measuring our success, as I said, due to the awareness of the Filipinos, based on the recent polls, more than 83% of the Filipinos won't be voting for any pro-China candidates by 2025, this coming midterm election. At the same time, more Filipinos are becoming more supportive and aware of what's really happening in the West Philippine Sea, unlike the previous administration wherein there is a very limited information. So in terms of awakening the sense of patriotism and the knowledge of the Filipinos about what is happening, that is the first measuring stick that we have for the domestic audience. Now, for the international community, how can we say we are effective with this transparency? As what was discussed a while ago with all the ambassadors here present, we were able to inform the international community, and not just our traditional allies, but even other countries from the European Union are expressing their criticism and condemnation every time that there are incidents that are happening. For your second question, how does the business sector see the transparency effort? Well, honestly, there are some Filipino Chinese who express dissent and somewhat discouraging this kind of overexposure of Chinese aggressive action. But for the Philippine government, we still look at this as our strategy in getting the support of all those who are in different sectors of the society. And if you're going to ask me whether we have experienced economic coercion, as you might be probably wondering, I don't think that it has impacted our economic relationship with the People's Republic of China. It has been very clear for the Philippine government that our engagement with China in terms of our issue in the West Philippine Sea and our trade relationship are two different things. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to comment, answer to the Madam Kanehara-san. So my answer is very clear. If China, the Chinese government, does not recognize that kind of the incident as a militia activities, Japan should be the deal with the criminals, domestic criminal action by the law enforcement. However, if China does recognize them as a militia activities, we, Japanese government and Japan, should be the deal with as a national defense. This is my answer. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Malaya, would you like to add something?
Thank you. I'd like to address the second question about the integrity of the information space in the light of AI and deepfakes. This really is troubling and a cause for concern for many of us who work in communications, because what's happening right now is really a battle of narratives. It's an information war, and the conflict in the South China Sea is not only happening at sea, it is also happening in the information space. So it is very critical that we protect the integrity of the information environment. Now, it's a very complex question that requires some kind of a complex answer as well, but let me simplify by answering you on two levels. Number one, since we are part of government and we have access to all of the information as to what's happening at sea, our experience has been, if there is deep fakes, if there are misinformation or malinformation or foreign malign influence, the tactic is to answer immediately. Because based on our experience, whoever releases first the video or whatever gets to get the headlines, not only in the domestic media but the international media. That is how the media operates. No? So if, for example, the PRC is the first to say that the Philippines intruded into their territory, then the first headline will be Philippine vessels intruded into Chinese territory and that the Chinese effectively regulated the movement of Philippine vessels. So number one, you should answer rapidly, and number two, do not let any form of misinformation go unchallenged. Because the moment you let that go unchallenged, it becomes fact. And if it is repeated numerous times by the malign influence operators, then it becomes an established truth, even if it's not. The second answer to your question is also building resilience in the community. Building resilience. And how do you do that? You can do that by doing awareness campaigns, advocacy campaigns, doing media literacy programs for your constituents. You ask your people to trust only legitimate sources. And finally, you work with CSOs and non-governmental organizations for them to do fact-checking. Sometimes a government has a lot of work to do, and it's important that NGOs and CSOs also do their part in upholding the truth. And they can do this by doing fact-checking of any form of misinformation or foreign malign influence.
Thank you, Mr. Malaya. So I have a new update from the organizer that we will end at 2 p.m. sharp because we need to proceed to the next panel immediately. So we have less than 15 minutes. So I would like to take question from Vice Admiral Chauhan. And then the next person is in the corner there, Fura. Yes, thank you, please.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'd like to ask two questions. One of them is to Commodore Tariella. And it really builds on what Dharmanand said, but it addresses a different audience. No military will agree to fire the first shot of anything that might lead to a hot war unless it has first shaped the external environment in which it wishes to operate. And therefore, our effort always, and I commend the Transparency Initiative. I have no quarrel with it at all. I think it's marvelous. Our effort is always to be able to tell the People's Republic of China that the time is not right today. You haven't shaped the environment. And tomorrow, we should be able to tell the People's Republic of China that you haven't shaped the environment and therefore the time is not right today. And every day, you should be able to say that, and the time will never be right. For this to happen, the deterrence mechanisms that are in place include all the features that you've spoken about and which were spoken about in the earlier session with the ambassadors. My question is, what is the correct metric that will enable you to conclude that this message of deterrence going across to Beijing and not to the internal, I understand the importance of the internal audience within the Philippines to come to a recognition of the seriousness of the situation, the facts on the ground, exposing the international community to the facts as they exist. But ultimately, all this must be registered in the minds of the people who are controlling the PLA in all its organs, right from the Coast Guard, militia, and the Navy. So what metric might you think will work for that, and how would you know that the strategic message that you are sending out is indeed the strategic message which is being received in Beijing? My second question is actually to...
Sorry, Vice Admiral.
Okay, only one question.
Yes.
Okay,
so
fine.
one for now, please, for everyone. And just to remind you to please keep your question clear and short. Okay, the next person, please. This corner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Kentaro Furuya of GRIPS in Tokyo. My question, actually I have a very quick question to Maria. You said major transparency and strategic communication in your slide. I wonder if this name or the term is officially used by the Philippine government. If so, is there any documents that the Philippine government issued for this particular name? This is my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, you would like to start first?
Thank you, Admiral Chahan, for a very complicated question. But let me be very honest and blunt. Our objectives of the transparency effort doesn't really, but I got your point. You are asking how effective the transparency is in reaching out to the audience on mainland China, for those people who are carrying out these aggressive and unlawful actions in the West Philippine Sea. But again, let me highlight the objectives of the transparency. They are not part of our audience because we believe that people from the PLA Navy, the Chinese Coast Guard, or even the Chinese Maritime Militia, they won't really care about the transparency efforts that we are doing now. Even if we keep on telling them that they are the ones carrying out illegal or aggressive actions in the entire South China Sea, even if Indonesia, Malaysia, or Vietnam will also do the same thing. Not a single member of the PLA Navy will listen to any ASEAN nation about it. It's because their chain of command has always been the Chinese party. So I wish I could have a very good response. How can I be able to reach out to those people in mainland China to convince them to put a pressure to their own government to stop the aggression in the entire South China Sea? But that's just my wish. Again, transparency efforts can only reach out to those people who upholds the rule of law, who believes in the international law, and who's really willing to maintain a much more respect to the rules-based order that we all enjoy. Regarding the question of Furuya Sensei, the transparency initiative of the Philippine government in exposing these actions, there are no official document that would really say that whether it's a transparency initiative or a measured transparency or assertive transparency that Ray Powell has always been using. But again, for the National Security Council, we just don't want to use assertive because for us, it is transparency. It's either you are measured, but you're not overly asserting, because it would appear you are exaggerating the facts. So for us, it's just transparency initiative.
Let me just add. We do have some sort of document, but it is not for public consumption, right? We have an internal document about our communications program, our campaign plan, and what are the extent of the transparency policy. Officially, we call it the measured transparency policy. No, it is not assertive. It is not. It is not something else, but it is called measured. As to the question about the Chinese audience as a important stakeholder in our communications effort, I agree to a certain extent with what Commodore Tariela said, that it's very difficult to utilize regular communication objectives and protocols when with regard to the regular Chinese citizens because of the control of the PRC over the communication channels in the mainland. However, we consider the Chinese government as a stakeholder, as an audience. So our responses when we prepare our statements coming from the Philippines, we do realize that the Chinese government is also an audience, and we craft our messages specifically not only for the international community, but also for the Chinese government, because the communications aspect is simply one of the tools we use in conjunction with diplomatic efforts, socio-economic and other operations, and other instruments that are available to the Philippine government.
So I would like to invite the rest of the participants to raise their questions, and then each speaker will have 1 minute either to choose one question to answer or to give some closing remark. So in the orders that I see, Aaron first, and then next will be on this side, Mr. Asana, and then Benjamin, and then the next one is James, and then Engdang, and then the last one will be Galan. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Vic. My question is for ADG Malaya, sir. Sir, I don't know if you're at liberty to answer this question, but since you're from the government, sir, I wanted to grab the opportunity to ask po. Sir, not too long ago, against the backdrop of increasing pressure on the U.S. to demonstrate allied support, the Indo-Pacific Commander, Admiral Samuel Paparo, said that they are willing to escort Philippine resupply missions. But the Marcos government, sir, rejected this proposition of the United States. Why do you think this is the case, sir, considering that we've sought greater support from the U.S. by expanding the number of EDCA sites and by increasing the number of military exercises with them, sir? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question to Ms. Nguyen. I'm interested about the media that you mentioned about. Now we understand that the young generation, especially Gen Z, for example, the span of attention is getting less and less. So they rely so much on media, like audiovisual media. So on one side, it can be utilized as a propaganda, whatever you call it, but on the other hand, it is actually the main media that we should rely on when it comes to delivering information. So what do you think about this situation in regards to the South China Sea? Thank you so much.
Thank Mr. Arsama, if I may,
Ms. Nguyen,
for your question.
can we take all the question first, and then you can choose to answer which one? Okay.
Right.
So Benjamin, please. Also, okay, so we will move to James first, or, oh, okay,
No,
okay.
no, it's good. So my question is addressed to either Commodore Tariela or Assistant Director General Malaya. So for a long time, Malaysia was sometimes the Philippines were sometimes criticized as having this megaphone diplomacy. This was one of the ways that the transparency campaign was deemed. But now that some countries are actually copying the Philippines or trying to have their own sort of campaign of transparency, would you say that it's a proof nowadays that you were actually right before everyone? And second of all, I just wondered if you had considered sharing your expertise or establishing some kind of informal forum between those countries to actually exchange about your initiatives and methods.
And James.
Thank you. The question is in particular for ADG Malaya and Commodore Tariela. And the question is, have you considered or is it part of your communication strategy to utilize or leverage the agencies of the United Nations, such as the International Maritime Organization, the Food and Agricultural Organization, if there's cyber attacks, the International Telecommunications Union, FAO, for example, for fishing vessels, IMO for collision regulations. Ukraine has utilized all of these UN agencies in order to file papers complaining about Russian unlawful activities, and just wonder whether the Philippines or even other countries might use the same channels. Over.
Engdang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Bick. I would like to have a question to Dr. Feng Tao. Did you notice any concrete influence of Chinese propaganda in these media with the Vietnamese people? Thank you.
Mr. Gana?
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Nguyen and Admiral Yamamoto. What lessons can the Philippines learn from your respective countries in addressing malign foreign influence operations, not just with respect to public opinion, but in particular influencing the outcome of domestic political processes? Thank you.
Okay, so now each speaker will have only 30 seconds to answer, so please pick one question addressed to you. Yeah, thank you. Please start.
Okay, what can I say in 30 seconds? Okay, we appreciate the offer of the United States to escort our resupply missions, and we have relayed this to the United States that we understand why they are making that offer. However, it was the decision of the Philippine government to keep all of our resupply missions, especially to Ayungin Shoal, done by Philippine vessels, manned by Philippine crew, and under Philippine supervision. And I think we were proven right. We were proven right because after the June 7 incident, wherein one of the Filipino sailors had their finger cut off, this led to the successful bilateral consultation mechanism. And the BCM between the Philippines and China led to a preliminary understanding. And this understanding, fortunately, up to now, still holds. And we are very positive that in the next missions, it will hold. So it is possible for the Philippines, without superpower help, to be able to settle some of these issues. Of course, not all, but some of these issues. And I think the Philippine government took the right track, because bringing in the United States in these resupply missions, I think, will be seen as a real provocative action. You know, we've always been accused by China of being provocative, but in our position, it is not. But bringing in the navy of a foreign superpower into a Philippine mission, I think, will really escalate issues with the People's Republic of China.
Well, yeah. First of all, the question of Mr. Blandin, I think even without us convincing any Southeast Asian countries to replicate the transparency, we really believe that we are doing the right thing. So regarding your question, are we willing to share our experience with our ASEAN neighbors about transparency? Definitely, we're doing that. For the Coast Guard, we're reaching out with our Coast Guard counterparts in these countries for them to be able to expose these unlawful and aggressive actions in the entire South China Sea.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Question to me. I think I would like to answer the question of Mr. Asana first. That you mentioned about the situation that when today they can see the young people spend more time in terms of playing on kind of scrolling the internet, social media, rather than focus on the official news. And that is kind of, I mean, it's kind of difficult issue for not only the young and the government, because that is not to say that the young generation does not have enough well-knowledge understanding about history, about the situation or everything. But I may say, like, everybody will never know what is behind the story or the mechanism behind that evil scheme of influence, operation, and disinformation. So that is what to say that media literacy and education is very important for the government to come closer to approach, to talk with people, especially the young people. And in terms of legislature, we also need to consider issue in this aspect. Well, one more quick comment that I want to add to your comment about not only Gen Z, but when it comes to our research about influence operation and disinformation operation, we need to say that not only young generation, but other people, like people who are not really have enough understanding about the media literacy, who are not have enough capability to access the truth, I mean reliable information, like the you can access to the information like the unpaid resources, right? That is free. So that is will not be reliable, and rely more on media, which are, we understand that those are the resources have not the gatekeeper, so that is also unreliable. Thank you.
Okay, please. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Now I am focusing about the internal propaganda operation, influence operation, and information operation to the Chinese local citizens by the Chinese national authority. So I'm concerning about that there is a widening gap between the external perception by the Chinese local citizens and our international community's perception. This is a very serious this will be the very serious for trigger for the next tragedy steps. My answer is there.
Okay, so we have covered a lot of ground today, and please join me to thank the speakers.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We will just have a quick photo with our panel together with our panel chair, and we will continue with our next set of panels. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'ams and sirs. Now we'd like to request our staff to assist our next set of panels. We will be continuing right after. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be continuing with our next panel very briefly, requesting everyone to please proceed back to your seats. Thank you very much. Once again, requesting all of our participants to please proceed back to their seats. We're about to start very briefly. Thank you very much.
Can we take our seats? Especially my fellow panelists. We are running behind schedule, so I have been entrusted to sort of catch us up as much as possible. I am not Jeffrey or Daniel, and I'm not sure if that is a good or a bad thing, but I am going to be the moderator for panel 6. Partnerships for more rules-based South China Sea roles of external partners. I have what is a veritable murderer's row of panelists, which for those of you that it's not as bad as it sounds. Murderer's row in baseball means a phenomenal lineup of hitters. We have some really smart, very opinionated folks. It shows to be a really interesting conversation, lively, and I think flowing. This is, I've been told, the track 2 equivalent of the luncheon panel with the ambassadors, so I expect a lot less jargon, a lot less politeness, and a very much more pointed conversation. As is the previous conversations, I will be running this a tight ship. We're going to have 7-minute presentations, and then I hope to have a more fulsome and engaged conversation after that. But I would again ask, and I will repeat, that all of you, when you do interject, that you keep this short, keep it pointed, and keep this thing moving forward. You've got a list of the speakers. You know who they are. If you don't know them personally, you should. They're all a really remarkable and smart group. We'll take the speakers in the order in which they are laid out here. So Jennifer, if you would please lead us off.
Great, well thank you very much. And it is a real honor to be here, so thank you so much to the organizers and everybody that's made it here today. Certainly the panel after lunch is not necessarily easy, so I'm certainly sure that Professor Padalano will at least keep you entertained. I guess one of the things I wanted to start with is often the discussion around what's happening in the South China Sea gets lost in an academic debate. And that is important, but I think that at the forefront of our mind should be the lives that are at risk at sea every single day. I think sometimes we forget that. Certainly for me, as an Australian, I look with great concern at some of the incidents that have involved Australian aircraft and ships, both in the South China Sea and East Asia. And I think that in some elements, you know, we can talk on one hand about competing claims and the legality of that, and that is a really important conversation. It's obviously driving some of the aggression in the region. But whatever the competing claims, that does not justify some of the unprofessional, aggressive behaviour that we're seeing on the waters. And certainly I want to kind of frame my thinking in terms of that. We are seeing lives put at risk fairly regularly, and we did see earlier this year a Filipino sailor actually lose a finger. That stuff is really, really significant. I wanted to address the idea in terms of external actors. I agree with Professor Padalano's comments yesterday that I think that's a really unhelpful narrative. I think certainly countries such as Australia, which would define ourselves as part of the Pacific, but also part of Asia and also part of the Indian Ocean, we like to have it three different ways, we are invested in the South China Sea because it is important to our own national interests. Of course, issues such as the rules-based order and the rule of law are important, and you'll hear that mentioned by Australia quite frequently. But when you look at Australia's position, two-thirds of Australia's trade comes through the South China Sea. So from an economic perspective, the stability in the South China Sea is incredibly important to us, and that is why you see Australia so invested in the region. And it's not a new comment. I know that we had some presentations yesterday that mapped out the increase in military activities in the region. I would question some of that data. But from an Australian perspective, we have been operating in the South China Sea for a very, very long time, and for those reasons, because it is important to us from an economic perspective. More broadly though, Australia is the third largest exclusive economic zone in the world. And Australia has benefited substantially, as have many of the countries represented here, from the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. So it is important to us that it is upheld and that it's not abused by countries just because they hold power. It's interesting to see the evolution of how Australia has engaged on this problem in the South China Sea. We heard the Australian ambassador today talk about the increase in the relationship between Australia and the Philippines. Australia and the Philippines have had a long-standing relationship, but of course the aggressive behaviour and bullying behaviour that China has displayed towards the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea has made that relationship closer. That's actually not an easy conversation for Australia, because actually for Australia the relationship with China matters a whole lot too, and it is a really difficult position to be in. China is of course Australia's biggest trading partner, and in fact, probably little known in this room, Australia and China historically are comprehensive strategic partners. But Australia has had to make that difficult choice in coming out and calling out China's behaviour increasingly vocally, because it undermines Australia's own interest to see that occurring. And of course, Australia has been subject to some of the aggressive and what I would deem as unprofessional behaviour from China in the region. I mentioned yesterday some examples. There are a number of other examples where Australian sailors have been put at risk and in fact injured in the region. So I think all of that goes to show why Australia cares, why we consider ourselves an important stakeholder in the region, and why we would push against the idea of external actors. I'm getting the 3-minute go, and I promised that I would finish on time, so I just want to kind of talk about the South China Sea in terms of the global context as well. We did have the ambassadors this morning mention it, but I think it's important to reiterate when we're talking about issues in the South China Sea. I don't think that we should talk about them as an isolated issue. They're not. They are linked to issues greater in the region and global issues, where we're seeing states increasingly use use of force. And I know there's been a discussion around definitions, a wonderful academic discussion, but I'll tell you what, right now, a sailor on a ship who gets a high-powered water cannon placed at them or is rammed by another ship probably views that as use of force from the other ship. And so we are seeing the increasing use of state power. And so I think that we need to also view these incidents as part of the greater concern and really try and promote how we address that more broadly. And I think I would like to highlight, in my last minute, how well I think the Philippines have done. I think it has been brave and courageous to highlight the behaviour that China has conducted in the West Philippine Sea. For Australia itself, it was quite a journey to start publicising to our public the incidents that were occurring, the harassment of our ships and aircraft in the region, which did not start in 2022 when Australia started publicising it. It started much earlier. So given I'm getting my time, I think I'll leave my remarks there, but look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And now the ever-intriguing and provocative Brahma Chalani.
Well, thank you. I've been attending South China Sea meetings for over 10 years. In that period, the core issues haven't changed, but the ground realities have changed fundamentally, placing South China Sea at the center of international maritime challenges. The role of external players is clearly important, especially if the South China Sea is to remain free and open. South China Sea, as we all know, is a critical shipping lifeline for the global economy, and strategically too, it's a very important corridor, the main corridor between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The external players in the Indian Ocean region in particular have an important role to play, including Australia, Japan, India, United States, but also other players like South Korea. India is the closest neighbor of South China Sea because India's sea frontiers extend to the entrance of the South China Sea. And whatever happens in the South China Sea will directly impinge on India's maritime interests. But in terms of external players, the role of the United States is clearly the most important for two reasons. One, the US has more to lose than the other external players if the South China Sea were to come under Chinese hegemony. At stake is America's primacy in the Indo-Pacific region. The second reason is that among the claimant states in the South China Sea, the US has a treaty ally, the Philippines. And just this year, from President Biden down, including the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, have all said publicly that the US commitment to the Philippines under the Mutual Defense Treaty is quote-unquote ironclad. So the US shoulders an important responsibility. And if the perception grows that the US is unwilling to go beyond mere statements of support for the Philippines, then even as Philippines' control of areas within its EEZ erodes, this could potentially have a bearing on the assessment of other allies about the US commitment or about the reliability of US commitment to their defense. But it's important to remember that the key challenge that all external players face in relation to the South China Sea is that the incremental change there is happening through the fusion of hybrid warfare and gray zone tactics. Dealing with this challenge is not an easy one because this has been accomplished below the threshold of armed conflict. But the success in changing the status quo in the South China Sea is creating what I would call a South China Sea model that is sought to be replicated elsewhere, from the East China Sea to the Himalayas. For example, the revisionism in the Himalayas has not spared even Bhutan. Bhutan is so tiny that it's difficult to locate Bhutan in a map of Asia. In other words, the revisionism in the South China Sea is imposing costs not just on the states in this part of the world, but is also imposing costs on states located beyond this region. And this challenge in the South China Sea is compounded by the fact that China's expansive claims are based not on international law, but on its revisionist history. In international law, a territorial claim has to be based on continuous and peaceful exercise of sovereignty over the territory concerned. The paradox is this, that China has been breaching international law through its expansionism in order to assert its claims and rights under international law. In other words, it's not blind to international law. It's seeking to legitimize its claims, and that's the reason why it's doing what it is doing. China knows that possession is 9/10 of the law, and it has a long history to know this. For example, you take the annexation of Tibet. Who today talks about the legality or otherwise of the annexation of Tibet? It's not even an issue in academic discourse. Similarly, if you look at the discourse about South China Sea, how it has changed. Nobody's talking about a return to status quo ante. Nobody's talking about a rollback of Chinese encroachments, forward military presence, its forward military outposts. No, the discourse is about how to prevent further encroachments and further change of the status quo. So China knows that possession is 9/10 of the law, and it's seeking to complete the 10th part of its plan. Dialogue and diplomacy normally are important to peacefully resolve disputes between countries, but that is grounded on the willingness of the parties to negotiate in order to narrow their differences over their interpretation of specific provisions of international law or customary international law. But in the South China Sea, the situation does not lend itself for negotiations in order to apply the principles of international law. A rules-based order, no doubt, is essential for regional peace and security. But I want to add a note of realism that the future of the South China Sea is unlikely to be decided by international rules and norms. In fact, the Philippines has become a test case for how we prevent the South China Sea from being governed by Chinese rules.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Furuya Kentaro.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Captain Kentaro Furuya of the Japanese Coast Guard. I am teaching at National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Keio Universities, and in Japanese Coast Guard Academy. Firstly, I'd like to thank for all conveners having me for this important conference. And my humble contribution to this panel is Japan's contribution to a more rule-based South China Sea role of external partners. The South China Sea is currently experiencing a gray zone situations where the security environment is tense, but falls short of an armed conflict. Countries such as Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia frequently face challenges to their maritime security from vessels employing aggressive tactics, including the use of water cannons, lasers, and other non-lethal weapons. In this volatile environment, external partners play a crucial role in enforcing a rule-based international order and support those nations' maritime safety and security in their regions. And given the situations, what the role of external players can play in more rule-based international order? A key role is to assist the countries bordering the South China Sea in strengthening their ocean governance capabilities. Here, I'd like to outline three essential policies that Japan has advanced, especially with the Philippines: the diplomacy, the capacity building, and joint operation and exercises. Firstly, the diplomatic engagement with diplomacy. In addition to the regional and global dialogues among Coast Guard agencies, such as the Head of Asian Coast Guard Agencies meeting or the Coast Guard Global Summit that yesterday Vice Admiral Kanose had mentioned, Japan, along with partners like the United States and the European Union, has actively engaged in a diplomatic effort to support transparency and rule-based international order in the South China Sea. For example, Japan supports the Philippines initiative to report and share the detail of incidents in the region by promptly issuing diplomatic notes. This cooperation not only bolsters the Philippines' confidence, but also raises global awareness of these aggressive actions, enabling other countries to respond quickly and reinforcing the rule of law. This diplomatic support does more than draw attention to the issues. It fosters a strong, united response among nations that they discourage aggressive actions and promote collaboration on ocean governance. And second, strengthening capacities by asset provision and human resource development. To enhance these countries' capabilities to respond to maritime threats, Japan has provided essential assets to the regional states. Key contributions include 10 44-meter class and 2 97-meter class cutters to the Philippine Coast Guard, with a plan to deliver an additional 5 97-meter class cutters underway. Beyond ships, Japan has initiated programs to improve surveillance capability by providing the terrestrial radar system, extending the reach of the Philippine maritime domain awareness across its expansive exclusive economic zones. These assets support goals beyond addressing immediate security needs, laying the foundation for sustainable long-term monitoring and presence and response capabilities essential for safeguarding the region. And in terms of the capacity building for the by the human resource development, Japanese government is committed to developing human resources. Japan Coast Guard Mobile Cooperation Team, or the MCT, had visited 7 times in 2023. It means that once in 2 months to train the PCG officers and enlisted personnel in various Coast Guard operations. These include boat operations, engine maintenance, search and rescue, martial arts for arrest, and VBSS, visit boat search and seizure operations. More importantly, in addition to this tactical and operational level training, Japan offers promising officers the chance to pursue postgraduate studies in maritime safety and security policy formulation at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, preparing future leaders of regional Coast Guard agencies. And then finally, the Japanese joint operations and exercises. JCG has been dispatching its cutters to Indo-Pacific regions. Last year, the multiple cutters were dispatched to Southeast Asia for joint exercises, including counter-piracy, search and rescue, and oil spill response. Notably, some of these exercises were conducted jointly with the United States Coast Guard, focusing on the developing practical skills and operational procedures at sea, rather than theoretical desk-based seminars. These joint exercises are invaluable in enhancing the ability to enforce maritime laws effectively, thereby delivering lasting benefits for regional stability. These exercises, coupled with asset provision and training and educational initiatives at different levels, will further enhance the capability of enhanced maritime laws and responding effectively to incidents in accordance with the international law, creating enduring benefits for regional stability. In my conclusion, Japan's comprehensive support, diplomatic capacity building, and joint exercises and operations demonstrates that positive impact external partners can have on maritime governance in this region. By supporting transparency, enhancing capability, and conducting joint exercises, Japan contributes to a sustainable, rule-based order in the South China Sea. As we look ahead, we encourage more partners to contribute resources, training, and diplomatic support, building a collaborative force for stable and rule-based international order in the South China Sea. With broader international commitments, these collective efforts deter assertive actions and create an environment that upholds maritime law and encourage regional cooperation. In this context, I'm very happy that in previous sessions, the many ambassadors talk about collaboration positively. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Furuya-san. And now the ever incisive, enlightening, and dapper Alessio Patalano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the gracious invitation and the opportunity to join this enlightening conversation. I will follow up on Furuya-sensei's words about cooperation and talk a little bit about partnerships in maritime security. And in my remarks, I have fundamentally 3 points, because if we want to talk about partnership in maritime security, we need to first acknowledge, and I think that came across very strongly in the last couple of days, the changing character of maritime security. What do we mean by that? Secondly, that invites a reflection of the shift towards what are the opportunities for partnerships? What should we be thinking about in order to inject and live up to the changing character of maritime security? And last point will be an example that UK is directly involved into as a way to suggest way forward. So let's talk a little bit about this shifting, the changing character of maritime security. It seems to me that long gone are the days when we used to talk about the chasing pirates and thinking about the human and trafficking as the things that would bring us together. Maritime cooperation 10 years ago was predominantly a positive, inclusive endeavor. And we shifted that, and the emphasis in the last couple of days has been very much on governance, not so much maintaining good order at sea, implementing how we deal with this set of challenges, and more about ascertaining national sovereign rights as a way to manifest your capacity for governance. That is a significant shift. And in terms of what it entails for maritime security, it seems to me that it brings about to this very important point of agency. The shift is not how we get together to do stuff, it's to prove that we are responsible in specific portions of the ocean. Coastal states are responsible for implementing their own sovereign rights. And so the rule-based order and the role of maritime security seems to be shifting a lot more about empowering coastal states to have their voice heard and their sovereign rights ascertained through governance. What does that mean, though, in terms of how we do cooperation? I think it invites a certain shift in what we mean by cooperating together. Over the last decade or so, and for reasons I mentioned this quite eloquently just moments ago, practical cooperation around improving standards of practice have been very much at the forefront of the way in which we work together. And when it comes to European perspectives, perhaps no example is better than the one presented by the Crimario 2 initiative. It's a classic example of focusing on practical activities to improve standards in providing capacity building. Now, this is still an invaluable opportunity for cooperation, but I think it misses out on what really is needed, and that is the capacity to develop together a shared vocabulary to inform the grammar of maritime security today. In other words, we are only stronger as a community of practice of maritime security in the South China Sea as well as anywhere else if we develop voices that are articulated on a vocabulary that we all understand and around a grammar that we all share. Put it this way, we need to start to invest into opportunities for cooperation that allow us to make sure that we understand what the recipe book around maritime security is, so that we can decide, even if we have daily menus at the national level that are different, how to relate with each other. Sorry, I went all Italian on this metaphor. This leads me to my third point. So what should we do therefore? And here I'd like to draw upon the example, recent example that is currently sort of taking place between the UK and India, in terms of seeking to develop the first regional maritime security center of excellence. Don't go away, Admiral Chawan. Which the King's College London and the National Maritime Foundation are pursuing on behalf of our respective governments. The idea behind the Center of Excellence is precisely to position itself in that middle ground, a place that is above the operational space, and it is very much designed for building the long-term capacity to have shared vocabulary, shared grammar, in which we articulate different voices from across the region. It aims to be an intellectual lighthouse where different perspectives can be harnessed together so that we make sure that there is increased resilience in the maritime security landscape through an understanding of different approaches to sovereign rights and governance. The vision around this is for an institution that is inclusive, that convenes as many actors in the region as is possible, and it is multi-stakeholders. This is not just about governments, coast guards. It is also, as it was mentioned a couple of days ago, about having private sector, shipping companies, multilateral organizations. It needs to bring together the different stakeholders in order to ensure that whatever it is, the type of frameworks for governance, as well as how we decided to implement it, are as regionally owned and as wide as possible. Within this context, the focus of the Center of Excellence is in the Indian Ocean to begin with, but if the story is starting with the Indian Ocean, it does not need to end about the Indian Ocean. And in that sense, therefore, I do open to your reflection the opportunity as we continue to create this first intellectual lighthouse to reconceptualize how maritime security can be the beginning of further cooperation, the extent to which many others from across the South China Sea can come and join, have their voice heard, and together develop that sense of national sovereign rights so essential to continue to inform governance at sea as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Never disappointing. Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Greg Poling from the always invaluable AMTI. Greg?
Thank you, Brad. I note that I was not invaluable and dapper, but that's all right. So we have heard a lot over the last 2 days about issues related to deterrence, capacity building, the U.S.-Philippine alliance, and that's my day job, so I'm not going to do that on this panel because it dominates the news every day here and often in the U.S., issues around the EDCA sites, networking of U.S.-Philippine alliance, issues around Second Thomas. Happy to talk about all of that, as well as how it might change in January in the Q&A. But what I'd like to focus on in my short few minutes is to pick up on the thread that Justice Carpio left yesterday, which was how can external partners, the U.S. and all those represented here on the panel, help support the Philippines in imposing reputational and diplomatic cost on Beijing through arbitrations and international bodies so that China eventually chooses to seek compromise in the South China Sea in good faith, something it has not done despite the Code of Conduct negotiations now being 26 years old, legally able to rent a car in the United States, and having zero progress in that time. And to do that, I also want to apologize in advance to Alessio. I'm going to talk about the UK as another example of an imperial power defeated by a small state through UN bodies. I do that to be colorful, not to lay out any clear condemnations of British policy, but because I think it helps highlight how the UN system interacts with international courts in ways that the Philippines has not yet fully explored. We all know that the Philippines won an arbitral case before the PCA in 2016. And then the Philippines effectively wasted 6 years not advocating for that case. The Marcos administration has tried to reverse that process, has tried to now go around the world getting international support, and the US, Japan, Europe, Australia have all been quite supportive of that effort. One step that gets talked about a fair bit in kind of the academic and op-ed discourse is the idea of, okay, what next? Why not file a General Assembly resolution calling for compliance with the 2016 arbitral award, and then why not file a second case? And so far, the Department of Foreign Affairs here has been hesitant to do that out of fear that it would lose any such vote in the UN based on a presumption that China is sui generis. Even if UN votes are willing to go against Russia and the US and the UK and others, they would never go against China. And I would push back against that conception. So I think obviously we can all talk about the Nicaragua case in the ICJ, the famous example of the U.S. having lost multiple UN votes until it finally, said uncle and agreed to give Nicaragua what it had won. And that took roughly a decade. But the more relevant example now is the case of Mauritius this year finally compelling the UK to agree to hand over the Chagos Archipelago through a negotiation. Much like the Philippines, Mauritius won a narrowly defined, unclosed decision through the Permanent Court of Arbitration in 2015, which ruled that maritime protected areas around the Chagos archipelago by the UK were illegal. Mauritius then spun that out 2 years later into a UN General Assembly resolution calling for the overall issue of sovereignty to be forwarded to the ICJ, International Court of Justice, for an advisory opinion. And it won that vote. The vote in 2017 in the UN was 94 in favor, 15 against, and 84 abstentions. So when Philippine officials say that they don't have the votes in the UN, what they actually mean, I think, is that they don't have a majority of votes. That most, or at least a plurality of countries in the UN would probably abstain in any vote condemning China. And that's probably right, but that doesn't matter. A victory is a victory, and the case would then go to the ICJ. In this case, that could be a vote simply calling for compliance with the 2016 award. It could be a vote seeking an ICJ advisory opinion that China's current behavior amounts to a threat or use of force in violation of the UN Charter. Heck, it could be seeking an ICJ advisory opinion that China's occupation of Mischief Reef is illegal and must end immediately based on 2016 arbitration. All three of those votes, the Philippines would win in the UN General Assembly. In the case of Mauritius, the ICJ took up the case in 2017, came out with a ruling in 2019. That year, Mauritius went back to the UN General Assembly seeking a vote demanding that the UK comply with the ICJ decision. That time, Mauritius won 116 to 6, which means more than a 20-vote swing based on the ICJ advisory opinion. And then, 7 years later, and a 2021 ITLOS decision in between, the UK finally agreed to negotiate the sovereignty of the Chagos archipelago. If we were to apply similar principles in the case of the Philippines, we already have 26 countries publicly stating that China must comply with the award. Only 7 member states of the UN have said China should not. And I would toss out 2 of those, Montenegro and Vanuatu, as likely abstentions, because they did that for very peculiar reasons. If we then look at the likely voting behavior of states based on other controversial votes, Russia-related, for instance, and the U.S. State Department puts out an annual report to this effect that you can look at, the most likely model that I can come up with is that the Philippines wins roughly 86 votes to 37, with about 73 abstentions. Even the most conservative possible number I can come up with, which would be that the Philippines only wins those countries already on the record, plus those countries that vote with the US and Europe more than 90% of the time, it still wins 57 to 37 with 102 abstentions. There is simply no way that you can come up with compelling numbers that suggest that the Philippines could lose a vote tomorrow in the UN General Assembly. And then it would win by more and more and more. And the point here for the international community in the US is that despite US complaints about the UN, there is no country that has more weight in the UN, that is able to better lobby and knuckle down on states to vote the way they want. The US, Japan, and Europe would play a vital role in whipping these votes. And none of this means that Xi Jinping suddenly wakes up tomorrow and says, "You got me. It's time to negotiate a fair code of conduct." But it does begin to lay the groundwork for future Chinese leadership, and it unfortunately will be future Chinese leadership, to seek a diplomatic off-ramp, much like the US, Russia, the UK, and every other state who loses a major arbitration eventually does, but only if the Philippines can make this a continuous imposition of cost, not a single win in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Quick applause for all of the panelists for very succinct, excellent presentations. Number one, I did call the AMTI invaluable, Greg, and I can't very well call you dapper when you're not even wearing a tie, as opposed to Alessia, so there we go. I see several placards coming up, thank you. I would ask again, as everybody, to be somewhat succinct. I would ask, I think, to focus again very much on the topic, and I want to thank you, Greg, on that for your last comment, for sort of taking in this notion of external partners more broadly conceptualized, I think. And I do want to make sure that that is what this session is about. What are these partnerships for? And one of the questions I want to put on the table before I start going to the speakers is, what are our benchmarks for success in evaluating the partnerships? And the other thing I want to do for particularly our Southeast Asian participants, because I'd like to have some input from you as well, is we do not have a Southeast Asian on this panel. Who do you look to, in addition to the ones that are very much headlined here? Who would you see as being preferred partners, both in general, I suppose, as well as in terms of specific applications and specific ways to help build capacity within the Philippines and the South China Sea more broadly? And is there a way perhaps to shift the emphasis depending upon what the particular area of capacity building we're discussing? So with that, please ask your questions more succinctly than my comment just was. Mr. Blandon, I believe I have you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is addressed to either Professor Palatano or Gregory Pauling, so either or both of the two can answer. When we talk about capacity building in the area, I'd like to draw a comparison with the NISA workshop to which I was blessed to attend in Thailand recently. And we had Coast Guard, for example, from all the Indian Ocean, and they told us, they told the panel, that they are faced with so many options with the IPMDA or the European Union solution, or with proposal from companies or from satellite internet startups and so on, and they don't know what to do. And so some countries go for the government level solution, some go for the company solution, some actually go for accumulation of actually different solutions. So there's a great deal of confusion at some point whether which solution is the best and what kind of provider is the best. Is the government best? Is the union best, like the European Union? Is a company best? What would you say could be a solution to help these countries actually make sense of all the options that are at their disposal? Thank you.
And I am going to take several questions before we go to speakers, so please. Is that it? Ms. Yi, please.
Thank you. This is Sophie Wu Shaoyin from Grandview Institution from Beijing, China. So I have 2 comments and 1 question. The first comment is on what Professor Patlano had brought up, the different approaches to understandings and interpretation. And I think that is important because from my reflection from the conferences over these 2 days we are nowhere near in convincing each other of our own objectives and approaches to understanding and interpreting the disputes and the crisis. So it is very important that we have reached a consensus on the language that are used and the basic grounds that we can adopt to interpret the crisis and the disputes and the differences that everyone could reach a consensus on. So I think personal reflection on that is being a Chinese national, I felt like China is being blamed as guilty for being a regional actor with adequate military, economic, and political power in line with its global status. I think it's important to recognize that China has risen as a global power, and we also need to recognize that China's growth in economic, military, and political power is inadequate to its global status growth. So the mutual respect is important. So that comes to my question. China has adopted a consistent South China Sea policy to adopt bilateral dialogues and communications to peacefully resolve disputes and conflicts. So what are the implications for the external factors, the third party, even the fourth and fifth parties, as we witnessed from the speeches from the ambassadors this morning, that the third party factor in China's efforts to continue its bilateral resolvements of the disputes? What are the implications, and why is it a barrier for China to continue its bilateral efforts? Thank you.
Thank you, and don't forget, if you're directing your question to someone in particular, please let us know. Mr. Castillo.
Good afternoon. I'm Santiago Castillo. I'm with the Pacific Forum's Young Leaders Delegation, and I used to be with the Philippine government as a researcher on security matters. I have a question that's also a thought process, and this is for all the speakers, and thank you for your insights. We all agree that might makes right is not the way, and how the way China's behaving in the South China Sea is perhaps that example. But we also understand that China understands and adheres that might does give a message. But so can we say that us, like as external partners and those in a consensus, can we say that might, under the auspices of an international rules-based order, in consensus, the countries that want to uphold such order is more right and is actually also the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Galang.
Thank you, sir. My question is for Captain Furuya and Mr. Poling. What are the prospects of the commitments made to the Philippines under the Japan-Philippines U.S. Trilateral Summit under the incoming Trump administration, particularly with respect to the Luzon Economic Corridor and the Coast Guard exercises? Thank you.
Let's go to the speakers. We'll start, Alessio, and work our way down, please.
So a couple of quick points. Who does it best, partnerships? I think there is no one-size-fits-all. As I was saying earlier, it depends very much on the different aspects. So maritime security is like a cake. You cut it, and there's different layers, from the tactical to the operational to the conceptual space. And I think in that sense, the real question that one wants to address is not so much who is best at providing, but what particular aspects of the maritime security slice you want to address. And then based on that, I think different actors will serve different purposes. In particular, insofar as the Center of Excellence for Regional Maritime Security that we're developing, we're benchmarking ourselves in the space of intellectual, if you want, academic standards in order to level and close the gap between a theoretical, abstract, rule-based order that comes with starting to read UNCLOS and its different articles and close it with the more sort of like a national level application of that. At the moment, as we've learned in the last 2 days, there are very different perspectives on what governance and how you apply governance comes about. So insofar as I'm concerned, a place like a Center of Excellence, duty is to level the game in terms of our shared understanding of what the vocabulary means, and then close the gap in the way in which we understand each other's differences in implementation. So no size fits at all. Different organizations will do different things. I think ASIWA and Crimario too have been doing a fantastic job in terms of standards of practice, but that's very much in the operational space. From my perspective, we are in a moment in which, unless we start engaging the higher conceptual, notional level of what it means to implement governance, we will continue to do a lot of tactical and operational cooperation and capacity building with very little result in terms of reducing tensions and increasing resilience. On the second question about the China being blamed and what is sort of the role for external parties, I think the problem, at least the way I approach it, is not, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, so long so that their opinion is A, consistent with the set of rules and norms to which one is prescribed to, and there is an unclarity on how certain concepts used in the South China Sea by China are consistent or indeed compliant with the norms and regulations that China itself has signed up to through UNCLOS. And the second thing is the modality. How do you engage over that? Use of force should not be the natural port of call to sort out the differences. Hence the idea that perhaps part of this needs to be sorted out more clearly in terms of the notions that we use. Peter, the last couple of days, has asked to every single Chinese speaker, what do you mean by 9-dash line? What should we take that? He didn't get a proper answer to it. And by the way, the 2016 arbitration threw it out of the door because it's not a legal concept. So we should stop using this concept that have absolutely no logic whatsoever in the frameworks that we're all signed up to, and let's start using the notions and frameworks and concepts in the rule-based frameworks that we're all signed up to, and start to argue our difference through those lenses. But we can only do that if we all come together and we increase in an inclusive fashion what we mean and how we understand these fundamental frameworks. Over.
I'll make a general comment. It's good to find ways to ensure that unilateralism in the South China Sea is no longer cost-free. So it's definitely we need to look at diplomatic, political, and other options to ensure that cost-free expansionism ceases. But we have to recognize that time is not on our side. Every year brings creation of new facts on the ground. And if we recognize that, we have to look at ways where costs can be imposed in a comprised time frame. Otherwise, expansionism will remain cost-free.
Well, somehow responding to the Benjamin's question, in case of Japanese Coast Guard, we dispatch prior to the hosting seminars and joint exercises in order to make a tailor-made, the capacity building programs. So it means that we are not making a ready-made capacity building program, but we need to look for what is necessary for the particular countries prior to the hosting the seminars. And in other cases, our resources are so limited, so we might need to consider what assets we have or what resources we have, and then decide what kind of the lectures or the joint exercise we can do while dispatching our Coast Guard assets. And then again, slightly responding to Yi's comment, well, I think the convincing is so challenging under the international atmosphere right now. However, we need to step one step forward. Why don't you do that? This is my opinion. And how do you do that? To try to understand what others might think. I was educated in Japan and Sweden and UK. And in Sweden and UK, the atmosphere was really international. There are many friends in different countries, including China. Why don't you try to understand the different interpretation by different countries? I think that is the first step. And also, this is not only you, but also us. We need to try to understand what you interpret particular provisions of international law, including the law of the sea. And responding to the Garant's question, well, unfortunately, I'm not very much familiar with the recent economic corridor or what you have said, but we have variety of, in terms of the Coast Guard operation, we have variety of, the options that the Philippines can take. We started our capacity building program from hydrographic survey, creation of navigational chart, and traffic safety management, and BTS, vessel traffic safety management, and then the search and rescue, oil spill response, and law enforcement in terms of smuggling of drugs and the illegal migrants and piracy, illegal illegal operation of the fishery. All those are variety of things. So maybe we can. My prospect is that we are going to deepen our mutual relationship in future. Thank you.
Greg.
Thanks. So. First, to Ms. Yi, I don't think that anybody over the last 2 days has blamed China for its power, for becoming a leader on the world stage. What China's being blamed for is using that power to deprive its neighbors of their rights and their livelihoods, using that power either for intentional collisions or the risk of collisions, risking the lives of sailors and airmen from across the Indo-Pacific over the waters and airspace of both the South China Sea and the East China Sea, and in general trying to overturn a body of treaty law that China itself helped negotiate and now believes no longer applies because China has become more powerful than it was when it first helped negotiate those rules in the 70s. I would also argue you cannot bilaterally negotiate a multilateral dispute, nor has China shown any willingness to negotiate in good faith for more than 20 years. It has built artificial islands, it's militarized them, it has collided with Filipinos left and right, all while saying, why aren't we negotiating? And I don't think that that is a good faith effort. To Miko, look, I'm cautiously optimistic about what happens after January. Specifically on the Luzon Economic Corridor, we should probably not call it the PGII, the Luzon Economic Corridor, once Trump comes into power. But if you look at some of the components, it was under the Trump administration that the U.S. helped orchestrate the rescue of Subic when Hanjin collapsed. There's no reason to think that he wouldn't continue to pursue trilateral cooperation with Japan in developing Subic, one of the 3 keys of the Luzon Economic Corridor. Also, no reason to think he wouldn't help support the semiconductor industry, and you need energy. Now, we'll have to tweak the clean energy part of that, but that gets you all 3 pieces of the Luzon Economic Corridor. You also have, the new DFC office being set up here. The DFC was organized under the Trump administration. So there's a lot of components you can pick up and kind of stamp Trump 2025 on it, and it'll still be the Luzon Economic Corridor under a different name.
Jennifer?
Thank you so much. Brad, I don't think anyone's actually answered your question, so I'll give you a quick comment. Look, I think in terms of the measurement of success, it's proving that this isn't just a moment or a fleeting moment of support. So sustainable support to countries that are being bullied by China in the South China Sea. And I'm sorry if that's a confronting term, but it's just truthful. A breadth of support so that goes well into a deep relationship, and then making sure that that support continues to grow and can be relied upon when things become more tense. Benjamin, in terms of your question about capacity building and coordination, look, I do understand, and I previously worked in capacity building in the Indian Ocean and heard this a lot. There is probably a good example in the Indian Ocean, which is the Djibouti Code of Conduct, where they have tried to get different organisations providing capacity building to just highlight what they're doing and try and deconflict in a way. I would just correct on one point, though. The Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness under the Quad, which at the moment is the provision of RF data, is actually compatible with things like Sea Vision, which is provided by the US. So I don't see it at odds with the other MDA capabilities that are provided. It was specifically designed to be compatible. Monsieur, look, thank you so much for being here. I actually meant to say in my remarks that it is really pleasing to be at a conference that has representation from China. Too often we have conferences where we talk about this problem and Chinese personnel are not represented, and I think that's really important because it is really important to have a conversation. I'm going to give a really bad analogy, though, in terms of explaining the relationship. If you're going out for dinner and you put on a dress and it looks really ugly, a good friend would tell you it looks really ugly, a bad friend would tell you look great and let you embarrass yourself. And I really think, as I mentioned before, in Australia's position is really difficult, and I think it's been a long journey to getting to the point of calling out China's behaviour in the South China Sea, China's behaviour to Australian men and women service people, and China's coercion of Australia. That is a difficult position because actually China and Australia have historically had quite a good relationship, and as I mentioned before, they are strategic partners. But that is in response to China's behaviour towards Australia and Australia's partners. And so it's difficult to try and gloss over that, but I do agree that it's really important to try and discuss and come to an understanding when we can.
Thank you. I have about 10 placards. I have 20 minutes, and I want to get some comments in. So I'm going to ask everyone to be succinct, and I do want to, having now violate that, abuse the prerogative of the chair and just say to Professor Yi, I don't think anyone resents China's rise. China has every right to become a powerful nation. The questions that we are debating here and the issues that surround these conversations are about the use of China's power. Yeah. And I don't, so I'll leave it at that. Now, Ray.
Thank you. My question is for Professor Chalani. As far as I'm aware, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, but I'm aware of exactly one ASEAN maritime exercise in the 9-dash line area, and that was one conducted with India in May of last year, the ASEAN-India maritime exercise. So that seems to be a really useful way for India to engage with ASEAN and sort of help ASEAN to assert itself a little bit. I wonder if there are more of those planned. Thank you.
John Bradford.
Sure. My question is to Greg Poling. I thought your assessment of how a vote might go in the UN General Assembly was really useful in the aggregate. I appreciate that. It's not something I thought through. And if there's any person that has the data to assemble it, it's you. So great. But it got me thinking, and I'm wondering, you showed us how you can get the votes, but isn't who abstains or who votes against a critical question? If there are key players that vote against the Philippines' position, or if such a vote were to highlight divisions in ASEAN, could that actually be a situation that's worse than where we are today? Thanks.
Beck, you don't want to follow up? Very good.
Good afternoon. I'm Michaela Van Hoven, based in Hawaii. My question is for Mr. Poling. You briefly touched on it already, but as the United States transitions into a second Trump term, I wanted to ask how you would anticipate an America First rhetoric affecting the United States' engagement with South China Sea issues and with its partnerships in the Asia Pacific, particularly in terms of defense spending contributions and so-called burden sharing with Southeast Asian allies, and if we should expect changes in diplomatic strategy in the region.
As interesting as that question is, since it's been raised several times, and I'm sorry, Michaela, I think that's just such blatantly speculative that it really is, I'm not sure it's the most productive use of our time when the clock is running short. So I just want to, I appreciate that, but I just don't think we're going to get this group. Kanahara-san.
Thank you, sir. My question is addressed to Captain Furuya. And in building, assisting, and supporting relationship with other states, one important issue from the perspective of international law is how to seek a balance between respect for sovereignty of the state supported and effective, efficient support to be realized. Too much assistance, too much support could be an infringement of the sovereignty of the state assisted, supported. As you know well, Japan has experienced this difficult balancing in the case of cooperation with bordering countries of Malacca and Singapore Straits. If you have, would you please give us a concrete example which is really relevant to this point of mine? Thank you.
Mr. Spena.
Thank you so much. My first question is for Jen Parker. The second one is for Captain Furuya.
And you are?
Joshua Espena from the Philippines. All right. So for Jen Parker, my question is this. So some RAN vessels are aging by 2030. So according to your defense review, you're willing to double down on these things to chase the timeline by 2040s, and China knows this well. So my question is, what sort of measures does Canberra take to ensure the credibility of your presence? For Captain Furuya, sir, how does Japan do a delicate balance in its defense of the home islands against three threats, PRC, North Korea, and Russia, with its increasing commitment to the South China Sea? Thank you.
Professor Do.
Yes, my question first to Professor Alessio Palatano. So why we have to use the terms that too abstract, rules-based orders? When we come back just to the integrity of UNCLOS against the use of force, against violence, something that more easier for people understand. And the second one, we talk about, general things like support for UNCLOS or rule-based order. Why come down to the specific thing against the Nadesh line claims, against force share claim, and against any kind of violent activities? I think that it will be easier and it's more conversion for other people to understand. Thank you.
I want to take Mr. Asavada, Mr. Cartuccello, the last two. I've got other placards up, but you've all spoken at least once already. So we'll do this, go to the speakers. If we've got time, we get back to you. One,
sure.
Two.
Thank you so much. My name is Rocco Cartuccello with the Young Leaders Program, and I want to thank the panelists for their contributions, but also to Pacific Forum for providing us young leaders the opportunity to engage with such a diverse array of experts. So my question is to Gregory Poling, but I would appreciate if other panelists would provide their input as well. It has more to do with the sustainability of fishing and the disruption of island building in the South China Sea. I think, as Ambassador Carlson mentioned, 12% of the world's fish supply comes from the South China Sea. But I feel that it is also important to mention the nature of this supply chain, especially with regards to unsustainable fishing practices like IUU fishing, which threatens the already fragile and rapidly disappearing ecosystem and the region's food security overall. And island building has also been known to disrupt fishing migratory behavior and destroy surrounding reef ecosystems. So when we discuss the South China Sea issue at length, I fear this issue in particular is left out, yet stands to affect us all. So I'd really appreciate your insights on just how devastating these practices have been for the environment, and what role, if any, can international organizations play on these issues? Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Athawat Asunata. I'm a Young Leader Program, Pacific Forum, but I'm from Thailand as well. So first of all, I want to answer your question. You posed the question to the audience, and I think it's good to start with that. So I think for Southeast Asian countries, we acknowledge three things. First, many countries in the panel are external power. We acknowledge that. The second, they are necessarily external power. Third, why they are necessary is that Southeast Asian nations are weaker, smaller compared to China. As a result, bilateralism should not be a good choice for dealing with the problems. That's why we need to rely on external power to balance again the powerful countries. And that's boiled down to one strategy of Southeast Asian nation, that is hedging strategy. That is my brief answer to your questions. And I have one question to pose back to the panel. So Southeast Asia, South China Sea problems is of course, in the mind of policymaker, as you represented in your panel. However, I want to know more about public opinion or how South China Sea resonate with people in your countries in the panel. Thank you.
Honestly, that's not really part of this discussion. Insofar as it's only indirectly affected. So thank you for answering my question. They may not get to your question. In the interim, Professor Do, can you repeat your last comment? We had some questions about what you were asking.
My very last questions? Yeah, so I mean that we need to be, it's possible that we could go to some specific thing, even now raise a protest opposition to, the Nadesh-like claim, to the Fosha claim, to the anti-violent acts. Without mention, of course, we're not against China, but we're against such unlawful claims and actions. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we start on the other end? And Jennifer, you want to lead us off?
Great. Look, thank you so much for those questions. Given the time we've had, I'll address two of them. I know it wasn't directed to me, but the question about capacity building versus sovereignty. Look, I think it's a really good question. There's been a lot of programs that have been rolled out across the globe to countries where they're not sustainable programs, they're not cost-effective programs, and in the end, they don't provide a capability. And there's a number of examples in this room, including, China's provision of patrol boats to East Timor, which is a classic example of a capability that didn't really work. I think understanding what that country actually needs and making sure you're not just providing the capability, but you're providing the sustainment and support behind it, and helping them become more independent in that is a way to approach it. In terms of the question about the Royal Australian Navy, look, Joseph, thank you. I know that you follow my podcast, or you've probably seen my views on it. I would highlight, though, as much as the Royal Australian Navy, in terms of numbers of ships, is reaching an all-time low in terms of surface combatants, there's a question when you talk about naval strategy in terms of not only numbers of ships, but also the capability of those ships. And the Royal Australian Navy is a fairly high-tech, certainly comparable regionally Navy, but again, when you think about naval strategy and credibility of a country, it goes broader than just the number of ships that are operating in the region. It also is about the capacity building programs you support, the diplomatic engagement you support, the statements of support that Australia has been consistent in providing the Philippines. So I think that there is, despite the reduction in surface combatants in the Royal Australian Navy, certainly the evidence shows that hasn't shown any disengagement in this region. In fact, there is more engagement, and I think that will continue to be the trend.
Thanks. So to John's question, look, yes, there would obviously be divisions in how Southeast Asian states vote in any UN vote. Philippines, obviously, yes. Singapore, yes. In all likelihood, Indonesia and Vietnam, yes. The current representative of Myanmar, who's an NLD appointee, would be yes. Of the other five, the only one that falls beneath the very conservative threshold that I use in my modeling would be Laos to maybe vote no, but I think that's probably an abstain. So assume all other five abstain. Have you learned anything you didn't already know? I mean, Foreign Minister Hassan stood up at the ASEAN Regional Forum this year and publicly blamed the Philippines for getting its own teeth kicked in. So I don't think that's going to widen the divisions that are already yawning in ASEAN. If anything, it helps take the burden off of ASEAN, because the less the Philippines try to shoehorn an issue in to the ASEAN agenda on which it will never get support, the better. I will respect the request to skip the Trump question. On Rocco's question on island building and fishing, so yes, obviously digging up the reefs that fish spawn on is highly destructive. The island building, though, even if you add up all of what China's done in the Spratlys, the Paracels, plus Vietnam's more recent island building, you get to, I'll ballpark it at 6,500 acres, maybe. China dug up over 21,000 acres from clam harvesting. So that's the more destructive practice. I mean, Hainan poachers under the eye of the CCG have engaged in the most widespread intentional destruction of coral reef in human history. That's the real ecocide here, not the island building. The island building's bad, but it actually pales in comparison to the thing we don't talk about as much, which was the intentional clam poaching so people could get rich selling statuary and illegally harvested jewelry on Chinese online marketplaces. What to do about it? There's not a lot. I mean, it could be one option for a second arbitration. It's certainly the one that the DFA and DOJ here talked about the most. The collection of evidence is very, very difficult, as Jay Batang Bakal reminded me earlier today. As for the actual management, there's almost no hope of this going through an ASEAN context. I mean, it's one of the early harvests that's been there since the 2002 DOC with no progress. So the only real hope of a fisheries management regime would be a claimants-only fisheries management regime. And that probably starts just with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam for the same reasons I just pointed out. Malaysia is not in a position to play ball under the current government.
My understanding is 20 years ago, 550 million people depended on the resources of the South China Sea to survive. It seems to me that's a very powerful case to be made for limiting environment destruction at some point or another. Captain Faria?
Yes. Just responding to the Professor Kanehara's question. Well, there are two ways to quickly, or to build the capacity. For example, in case of submarine piracy, Japanese government decided to deploy a JMSDF asset and a JSDF asset in total. I mean, the destroyers and the aerial asset to the region, and this is very quickly supplement the regional maritime security capability. Because we have dispatched capable ships to the scene to counter piracy operations. This is very quickly. However, this is, as Professor Kanehara correctly pointed out, actually not respecting the sovereignty of the coastal state. However, in case of submarine piracy, because the most of submarine piracy cases occurred within or outside of the territorial sea of any state, in the EEZ or the high seas. So there is no sovereignty issues in deploying Japanese asset in Gulf of Aden. On the other hand, what if what Japanese government did to or doing to Southeast Asia? The most of piracy cases, or I would say the armed robbery cases in Southeast Asia, is within the territorial sea or even the archipelagic waters that is under sovereignty of the coastal state. In this case, the Japanese government and even the Coast Guard is not going to deploy our Coast Guard asset or the JMSDF or JSDF asset for law enforcement operation in considering for the sovereignty of the coastal state. Instead, we decide to train and educate the regional state so that they can, the regional state can maintain the legal order by themselves. That has not yet been covered by my brief presentation, so I thank you very much for pointing out a very important point. And then responding to the Mr. Espina's question, sorry for my pronunciation. Well, in case of Japan, we deter Chinese coercive activities around Senkaku Islands by the Coast Guard confrontation. Japanese government sees the occasional or frequent intrusion into the territorial waters around Senkaku Island as a violation of international law because they are not observing or exercising right of innocent passage. So we respond by this violation by the law enforcement operations. This is somehow tricky. However, this is very useful tool to avoid a military conflict. So I think well, this is not always fully applied to the South China Sea because the asymmetry of the South China Sea regional states and your counterpart maybe China. However, the essence to avoid military conflict by police authority is one of the key that you may apply in the South China Sea. So the regional coastal states are increasing the Coast Guard asset. And also...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got a real hard stop.
I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
No, Brahma, please.
The ASEAN-India joint exercise in the South China Sea was not the first time the Indian Navy exercised in the South China Sea. It's been doing that over a period of time, but I think it needs to be done more often to send a clear message. But India is also doing other things to help claimant states in the South China Sea. For example, to the Philippines, it has transferred anti-ship cruise missiles. The first batch came this spring, and another batch will come as soon as Philippines is able to complete ground facilities to house additional missiles. In addition, India is extending lines of credit to claimant states. There was an agreement in April to extend $300 million to Vietnam, for example. It's, this is all part of an effort to help states expand and upgrade their coastal defenses. But we have to also recognize that India is locked with China in its own South China Sea type of problem. The Chinese encroachments in the Himalayas on Indian borderlands created this military standoff, which is now in its 5th year, and the two countries have only recently reached an understanding to disengage, that is to end the eyeball-to-eyeball confrontations that were going on for more than 4 years. But the problem is very similar to what the problem that South China Sea claimant states face, encroachments. The difference is that those encroachments are on islets, rocks, reefs, and other places, geographic features, while India faces these land encroachments. But the problem parallels what Philippines, for example, is facing in its maritime backyard. I think that external players that have a stake in the South China Sea need to evolve a common strategy. That's been missing among the external players. The Quad can play a role, as being in the vanguard of helping to evolve a common strategy among the important external players. Unfortunately, under the leadership of President Biden, the Quad's focus shifted from Indo-Pacific to global challenges like climate change, cybersecurity, health security, etc. It's a 4-member grouping. It is in no position to deal with universal challenges. I trust that with the new administration taking office in Washington, the Quad's focus will shift back to the Indo-Pacific.
The last word.
I'm timing myself. I'm going to take 30 seconds. First of all, looking around the table, there's so many young faces, and I think it gives credit to the organizers, because this isn't about us, this is about you. This is on you, right? I'm going to be long retired when these problems are still around unless you do something about it. So the first thing is that this last round of questions had lots of the young people around the table chiming in, and I'm particularly grateful for that. But I wanted to touch upon something that you mentioned and Kahana-sensei mentioned, because it is at the heart of this question of cooperation. How do you find a balance between capacity building, cooperating, providing assistance, and actually interference? It's a really hard game. And going back, because I'm an academic, at the end of the day, I will always blow my own horn. And going back to the point I was making earlier about the Center of Excellence, having places that we come together from an intellectual point of view, where we go over the fundamental concepts and notions that we should then employ to understand each other's differences, I think that's exactly where you find that balance. You don't want to write someone else's destiny map on security. You want to empower people with their own voice in order to write that destiny whilst they're exchanging views with others. That kind of place is a place that brings in multinational organizations, NGOs, all those stakeholders that might have different elements of maritime security that from a government perspective, that particular point in time, it's not convenient to talk about, but it has to be talked about. Sea level rises are not going to go away, right? Gender inequalities and maritime security are not going to go away. So that's why, looking across the room, I can only say thank you very much, everyone, for the willingness to engage, for the type of questions, and definitely I can see how from now on, moving forward, there is a genuine opportunity to increase understanding and starting that conversation over greater resilience through reciprocal engagement rather than just confrontation and contestation. Thank you.
He didn't do that in 30 seconds. First of all, so first, everyone please join me in thanking the panelists. My apologies to the three speakers that didn't get a chance. We have one more session. I'm sure your question, you can slot it into that one. And finally, I want to apologize for being as rude as I've been, but two of our panelists have a very hard departure and have to leave immediately, so that's why we have got to end this session now. Thank you all very much. Short break, 15 minutes, and then I believe we're here for the last session at 3:45.
Thank you very much, sir. May we request for a quick photo, sir, before we conclude the panel, and of course, the break may now start as well. Thank you very much. All right, let's pose for a quick photo. Thank you very much for our panel. And of course, our panel chair. Thank you very much, ma'ams and sirs. And now we'll proceed to our last break. And of course, please be back by 3:45 as we continue with the last panel for this event. Thank you very much.